Stories Audio presents Instru-Mental. Read for you today by G.L. Stryker. Track 1, Darwin's Bad Day.
Could we hurry, driver? We're already late for the caper.
Mr. Darwin's voice echoed throughout the cab of the black stretch limo. Caper? The driver responded over the scratchy makeshift intercom.
The plant. I need to stop by the herb store after the caper.
Oh, right. Sure thing, sir. The intercom snapped off with a loud click, and the cab fell silent once again. The nervous driver knew that he had better floor it because he knew how dangerous his passenger could be. Mr. Darwin was notorious for his quick temper and cunning real estate scandals, as well as his intolerance to the incompetence of new employees, and this particular driver had only been pulling his shift for 25 minutes now. The driver sped to the next street, whipped around the corner, and deliberately slowed to a crawl.
Driver, why did we slow down?
Sorry, sir, the driver answered, hiding his smirk. The long black limo continued its slow pace, rolling quietly down the long road that was surrounded on each side by huge, gorgeous red brick mansions. They neared the end of the street and slowly pulled into the driveway of the biggest, most exotic mansion of them all. The limo came to a stop as far away from the huge front doors as possible. The young driver cautiously emerged from the front seat and walked to the rear of the car, in no hurry to open his passenger's door. He walked ever so slowly, doing nothing more than admiring the long brick driveway on which they had parked.
I'll open the door myself,
Mr. Darwin snapped as he leapt from the back seat and adjusted his delicate, expensive new suit. We're here, Mr. Darwin, the driver announced sheepishly.
I'm surprised you found the place,
Mr. Darwin said, as he turned and started up the long driveway toward the house. The huge wooden front doors suddenly burst open, revealing a red carpet that rolled out, down the 4 front steps, and ended just short of Mr. Darwin's feet. Out of the house sprang another young man, about the same age as the limo driver. He carried a briefcase and sported crooked glasses. "Welcome," the young man shouted, tripping on a crease in the red carpet and catching himself on Mr. Darwin's shoulder before he could fall any further. He quickly corrected his posture and began to briskly shake Mr. Darwin's hand in an artificial fit of glee. "I'm sorry, sir," the young man apologized. "My name is Rick O'Conley, and as you have probably guessed, I work for O'Conley Real Estate. I was beginning to question if you were going to show up."
We all have questions that need to be answered,
Mr. Darwin responded, arrogantly, pushing the young realtor aside, storming into the house, and beginning to drool over the exquisite architecture. The 2 young men slowly followed Mr. Darwin into the enormous house. Mr. Darwin walked over to the stair banister, pulled out his pocket knife, and began chipping away at the wood. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," said a mysterious voice from top of the stairs. "These stairs have been in my family for generations, and hopefully for generations to come," said the 3rd young man as he reached the bottom of the stairs. "It's very old wood," he continued.
Ah, Mr. Buckley, how are you? You know, when we talked on the phone, you sounded remarkably older, but no matter. I love the house, and I'm willing to take it off your hands.
Mr. Buckley hesitated. "I'm sorry, Mr. Darwin, but I still don't want to sell."
Who said anything about selling?
Mr. Darwin pulled Mr. Buckley down off the last step and placed his arm around his shoulder.
Tell me what I can do to change your mind,
he said gently. Mr. Buckley looked over at the realtor and the limo driver. They looked at each other and just shrugged. Mr. Buckley then turned back to Mr. Darwin and looked him straight in the eye. "Tell me why you want the house so bad." Mr. Darwin turned to the driver and the realtor.
I'm sorry, fellas. Could I ask you to leave? I need to talk business with Mr. Buckley for a minute. You understand, don't you? Sure you do. Go on.
The limo driver and the realtor slowly backed up, bowed politely, and took their leave. Mr. Darwin turned back to Mr. Buckley sharply.
Look, Buckley, I'm going to be frank with you. I told you on the phone that this land belongs to me now. I want this land, all 200 acres of it. So walk away, give me the deed, and nobody gets hurt. I won't take no for an answer.
Mr. Buckley casually looked down and then up again. Well then, in that case, you leave me no choice but to say no. Mr. Darwin slowly began to grit his teeth.
No, I just told you I would not take no for an answer. I thought I made that reasonably clear.
Mr. Buckley couldn't take it anymore. He could feel himself get hot under the collar. His anger was rising from the tip of his toes to the point of his head. He had to do something. So he slowly reared back and took off. Around the living room the two men flew, knocking over fine vases, leaving footprints on the white leather sofa, around the aquarium that had been so elegantly crafted into a coffee table. Mr. Buckley could sense Mr. Darwin drawing closer. There was nothing more that he could do. He had to take it outside. Both men hurled themselves out the front door and down the steps, but Mr. Darwin did not make his landing and started sliding on his stomach down the brick driveway. Racked with pain, he jumped back to his feet as if unfazed, just in time to see Mr. Buckley dodge around the corner of the house. Mr. Darwin slowly limped around the corner and stopped to rest, and there, propped up against the wall, was his limo driver, wearing an identical suit to the one Mr. Buckley had been wearing. Had he been chasing the wrong man? Or had he been a decoy?
Where is Buckley, you fool?
The limo driver gave no more than a smile and casually glanced up. Mr. Darwin stared intently at the limo driver and then followed his gaze upward to the roof of the mansion. He stood in amazement to see that there, parked on the flat ceiling directly overhead, was a dump truck.
What's going on here?
Mr. Darwin shouted.
How did you get that truck up there?
He looked again to see a fourth young man inside the truck dump the load. He tried to jump out of the way, but it was no use. A shower of dirt buried him 6 feet under. He fought and kicked his way for several minutes to reach the surface, then sprang free into the fresh air in total anger, coughing for one more breath. The fourth young man stopped dumping and drove the truck safely away from the edge.
What is the meaning of this?
Mr. Darwin yelled again.
And look at my new suit. You'll pay dearly for this.
He broke out in a full-blown run straight for the limo driver, but stopped cold at the strange sound of faint humming that appeared to be getting closer. He looked up again to see a dark cloud of houseflies swarm down upon him and swallow him whole. The 4 young men gathered on the lawn and began to laugh.
What the...
Mr. Darwin shouted, with arms and legs flailing in all directions as he tried in desperation to shoo the flies away. Grade A fertilizer, the limo driver answered, trying to hold back his laughter.
Get him off! Get him off! Do whatever you have to. Just get him off, please.
Right you are. I can't stand to see a grown man cry, the limo driver answered smugly. The realtor grabbed a nearby garden hose and sprayed Mr. Darwin down until he fell to the ground exhausted.
Now look at my new suit,
Mr. Darwin said, sitting up.
It's completely covered in mud.
Mud? The limo driver repeated. That's not good. Then came a humming noise 3 times louder than the one before. Mr. Darwin cautiously looked up again and almost fainted at the sight.
Wasps!
He screamed and made a mad dash for the limo. They won't sting you. They just want the mud. They just want to clean you up a bit, that's all, the realtor shouted. Mr. Darwin could not hear him. The buzzing was too loud. He dived into the limo headfirst and slammed the door shut. The wasps began to pound the side of the limo, rocking it from side to side. Mr. Darwin squeezed through the sunroof and began running around the yard frantically. Do you think we should do something to help the poor man out? The realtor said, with ready sympathy. adjusting his glasses. The limo driver glanced at the realtor, then turned his attention back to Mr. Darwin. "No, he'll be fine, just really tired." The realtor nodded in agreement and watched as Mr. Darwin zigzagged across the front yard. The four young men couldn't hold it back any longer. They broke out in complete laughter. Mr. Darwin sat discontentedly bound and gagged in the middle of the living room floor. "Ha ha! I think we pulled it off, guys," Mr. Buckley said with a laugh. "Right you are, my good man," the limo driver answered in his best Cockney accent. Mr. Buckley slowly walked over to the kitchen door and opened it. "You can come out now, ma'am. There's no more threat." A small lady with curlers still in her hair walked out from the kitchen. The realtor approached the tiny lady. "Here you are, Mrs. Buckley, one house thief, and I must say we pulled off the capture beautifully." Miss Buckley smiled.
"Thank you, boys, so much. I owe you one. Now could you let my husband out of the closet?"
The limo driver started for the closet, but the realtor grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks. "Allow me," he said. "Very well." The realtor walked over to the closet door and opened it to reveal another man sitting on the floor, bound and gagged.
"Wait!"
Miss Buckley shouted.
"Before you take the gag out of my husband's mouth, I want to explain to him what's going on, for fear they might get mad."
The four young friends stood and nodded. Miss Buckley got down on her knees and began running her fingers through her husband's dark hair.
"Honey,"
she said softly,
"let me introduce you to these nice young men. The realtor, his name is Owen. The handsome limo driver, his name is Bailey. Over there, the one that played you, sweetheart, is Reuben."
The real Mr. Buckley grunted angrily.
"And of course, the quiet one in the middle is Alex. They are members of a band called the Oxy-Morons, but they like to do detective work on the side."
We just do that for fun. In real life, we are musicians, or at least trying to be. Right now, we are working part-time at the Fizzy Gurgle soda plant down on Parkway," Owen said.
"That's right,"
Miss Buckley agreed, as she stopped stroking her husband's hair and sat down next to him.
"Reuben and Bailey are the lead singers. Bailey plays lead guitar, Reuben plays rhythm guitar and keyboards. Owen backs them up on bass, and Alex is the silent drummer."
"Yeah," Bailey said. "He can't talk, but he sure can pound out a beat." Alex nodded and smiled. Owen was the oldest of the group at 20 years of age. He sported black frame glasses and had shaggy black hair that went in every direction. He was the definite leader of the group and definitely the smartest, whereas his three younger friends could be quite idiotic at times. Reuben was the second oldest at age 19. He was the favorite of the girls because of his well-kept golden brown hair and dark tan. At times, he considered himself the navigator of the group and second in command, as long as what they were doing was fun. Bailey was the next oldest at 17. He had wavy, reddish-brown hair and several freckles sprinkled about his face. Bailey loved to get into mischief because it was much more exciting. Alex was the youngest at 15. He had shaggy, light brown hair, styled much like Owen's. Being the youngest made his three older friends want to watch out for him, but this often allowed Alex to steal the show when he was allowed to dance. A year and a half earlier, the overactive band had recorded and released 2 albums and a few singles on the Twist Out a Lemon label that vanished off the charts without a trace. Though they quickly developed a cult following among air traffic controllers and computer engineers. The albums were also enjoyed, but rarely purchased, by radical politicians and snowboarders. Mr. Buckley mumbled something and tried to stand up, but Miss Buckley sat him back down again.
Anyways, as I was saying, 2 weeks ago, Mr. Darwin came to me threatening to take our land away, to build some amusement park or some such nonsense. Therefore, to keep you from finding out, I had to wrestle you to the ground, tie and gag you, and drag you into the closet. Then I called Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey, who are close personal friends of mine, to come help.
Bailey stepped forward. May I take the gag out of his mouth now, Mem?
Yes, by all means.
Bailey removed the gag. Mr. Buckley sat motionless, and then spoke. I'm not mad, he said. But instead of me, why didn't you wrestle Mr. Darwin to the ground, tie and gag him, and save everyone a lot of trouble? Miss Buckley paused to think.
Now that you mention it, I could have done that. That may have worked.
Excuse me, I don't mean to break up a family quarrel, Reuben interrupted. But I am the one that had to play you, Mr. Buckley, and I was just wondering if there was a little something extra for the part, if you know what I mean. And not to mention there should be something special for the capture of Mr. Darwin, am I right? He said, watching Miss Buckley untie her husband's ropes. I'm sure something can be arranged, Mr. Buckley said, as he reluctantly pulled his wallet out of his back pocket. Suddenly there came a loud crash as the front door was torn from its hinges. Everyone in the room suddenly turned and were almost knocked over as 25 cops stormed in and filled the room. What now? Mr. Buckley shouted. Bailey spoke up over the noise. I sort of took the liberty to call the authorities before I picked Mr. Darwin up in the limo. I hope you're not mad. No. I just don't think there will be enough refreshments to go around, Mr. Buckley answered sarcastically. Miss Buckley ran to the police chief.
I can explain everything. I'm sorry. What was your name again? I didn't catch it.
Chief Larkin,
he replied.
Well, Officer Larkin, what happened was...
Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey stood there and eyed the entire scene. Looks like our work here is done, said Reuben. Yeah, Owen said. Now we need to get to work. Our shift started half an hour ago. We are extremely late. Who cares? I had fun, Bailey said. You're right. I think we've got an adequate excuse, Reuben replied. The excited band turned, walked out the damaged front door, and didn't look back. They walked down the long driveway to the curb where their cars were parked. When they heard someone shout from behind, they turned to see Chief Larkin running down the long driveway after them.
I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to talk to you boys back there, but I just wanted to give you this quick warning. Mr. Darwin is a very dangerous man, and he's a wanted murderer. So be very careful. If he ever got loose, there'd be no telling what terrible things he would do to you guys if he ever found you. When his case went to trial, he was found guilty of first-degree murder and was sentenced to death in the gas chamber. But he paid off one of the guards, and they both split. Again, be careful. We have Mr. Darwin, but the ex-guard is still at large. The guard's name is Ivan Washington. With a name like that, we're not sure if he's Russian or American. Anyway, he's 6'3", dark brown hair and eyes, so always keep your eyes open.
What do we do if we see him? Owen asked.
Run,
answered the chief. Said Alex. Chief Larkin squinted his eyes at Alex.
What did he just say?
Oh, he said, we definitely will, Bailey repeated.
Actually, you boys just need to keep your eyes open till Thursday. That's when Mr. Darwin will enter the gas chamber.
Who did he kill? Asked Owen.
Oh, a couple of wannabe rockers. He knocked them off with a B-string and a guitar pick. Wasn't pretty.
Thank you, officer, but we must be going. We're already late for work as it is, said Reuben. Maybe we can do something for you sometime, Bailey said.
Just be careful,
cautioned Chief Larkin. Owen stepped off the curb and entered his car. Reuben walked past Owen's car and got into his own. Bailey got into the third car, and Alex entered the car that sat directly behind all of the rest. All 4 cars started their engines simultaneously and drove off in a single procession down the road. After a while, they came to and entered Santa Monica, California. All 4 vehicles pulled up to the front curb of the soda factory in single file and came to a complete stop. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey jumped out of their cars, walked around the hood nonchalantly, and up the front steps in complete unison. Suddenly they stopped dead in their tracks and looked up to see the most beautiful girl they had ever seen in their lives. She was a gorgeous vision of beauty standing there holding books and paperwork.
Don't you guys ever carpool?
She casually remarked. Reuben, the bandmate that always had the best luck with the ladies, stepped forward. Here, let me get those for you, he said as he took her books. And just in case I accidentally lose them, let me have your phone number. The girl snatched her books back with one quick movement and punched him square in the jaw, sending him tumbling down the steps and into the arms of his friends.
Not only do you not carpool, but you have to litter the streets with that trash?
She said, and walked away as if nothing had happened. Reuben looked up at Bailey and then at Owen. What did I say? Owen helped Reuben to his feet. I don't know. I mean, it's not like you asked for her hand in marriage. I'm not sure if I'll ever get married, Bailey chimed in. I think I'll buy a motorcycle instead. Sometimes they kick, but they can never hit you. Alex said. You're right, Owen agreed. But no time for that. We have to get to work.
Track 2, Soda.
Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey walked through the plant until they arrived at the door of their boss's office. Reuben looked at his friends. Are we set on our excuse? Set, Owen said, looking back at Reuben. Alex nodded. Let's go, Bailey said, opening the door. The boys poured into the room and found their boss sitting at his desk with his feet propped up and holding a tanning mirror under his chin while wearing sunglasses. Bailey glanced up and looked at the ceiling. Must have something to do with the ozone, he commented. The boss jumped straight out of his chair, sending the mirror to the ground with a loud crash.
You guys are late,
he shouted, still half surprised.
Where are your uniforms?
I'll get 'em, Reuben said, leaving the room. Bailey turned to his boss. You know, Mr. Dethridge, I hope that you are wearing sunscreen with an SPF of at least 15.
Still good with the wisecracks,
Mr. Dethridge growled.
You never told me why you were late.
We had car trouble, Owen responded, smartly. Dr. Dethridge glared at Owen.
You all drive different cars,
he scowled. Well, we each got in the wrong cars and the keys wouldn't fit. Mr. Dethridge threw his hands up and sighed.
You guys are hopeless,
he said in aggravation. At least I have Bailey beat in wisecracks, Owen said with a chuckle. Yeah, that was funny the first 0 times, Bailey responded.
Why are you really late? I suppose that you were out doing some good in the world?
Mr. Dethridge said, as he watched Reuben return with solid white coveralls that they used to work in. Reuben handed one to Owen, Bailey, and Alex, and all began to put them on in preparation for work. Mr. Dethridge placed his hands on his desk.
You guys were the most hopeless scoundrels that I've ever met when I found you and had you come work for me. Sure, you make a little money as a band, but that will only last for a while.
It lasted 2 years, Bailey interrupted.
Okay, 2 years. But you had to blow any money that you did have on that campaign publicity stunt to spell your names across the entire continent of the United States of America in toothpaste.
It would have put us over the top, Bailey exclaimed. The toothpaste companies would have made a fortune, replied Reuben, as he fell into the chair trying to put on his work boot.
Yeah, but you wanted to resell it. That was your first mistake. That would have put the toothpaste companies out of business.
Not necessarily, Owen confided. Someone had to pick all the dirt and grass out of it, not to mention the resale value for a publicity stunt of that magnitude. I mean, we're talking $50 a tube. History was truly made that day.
You know, that reminds me of the time I accidentally used the anti-fungus cream instead of my regular brand of toothpaste.
Mr. Dethridge reflected. Then he stopped.
Wait, we're getting off the subject.
Good, Bailey said, cheerfully.
The fact is, you guys need to be here on time instead of running around town helping people that don't need help.
Mr. Dethridge walked around and opened his office door.
Gurgle Cola is going to be huge, and we cannot have every employee goofing off. Now go get some work done. We've wasted enough time as it is.
But, Bailey said.
No more,
Mr. Dethridge exclaimed, and slammed the door behind them. The four friends walked out onto the factory floor where hundreds of workers were in the middle of production. Thousands of bottles of soda were running on conveyor lines all over the plant. Owen quickly disappeared, and Reuben, Bailey, and Alex took their place on the line, packing bottles of soda into boxes. Reuben turned to Bailey. Someday, man, we are going to take over this place. Hostile takeover. I'm telling you, man, they're going to wish they hadn't pushed us around so hard. What are you talking about? At least we've recorded 2 albums, Bailey said. With only mediocre sales, I might add. We can do better than that. But what I'm talking about is promotion. Owen started the same day we did, and he's already a supervisor, and who knows how that happened. Alex laughed silently. Owen walked up and stood behind Reuben. Hi, guys. You aren't slowing down, are you? After all, we do have a production to maintain. He then picked up a bottle from the line, opened it, and began to drink. Don't do anything drastic until our hostile takeover plans are complete. Is that clear? Bailey whispered to Reuben, jokingly. What hostile takeover plans? Owen said, putting a half-empty bottle of soda back on the line. Oh, nothing. We just wanted to do something different for a change, Reuben said. Suddenly, without warning, the ground began to shake violently. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey were thrown into each other. The entire plant was in total disarray. Stacks of boxes began falling and smashing into the ground. Employees were falling over one another, and soda was shooting out of the bottles and into the air like fabulous, colorful fountains spraying everywhere. The 4 terrified friends grabbed hold of the conveyor line, pulled themselves up, and began to steady each other. A man ran down the aisle unsteadily, bouncing and shaking and yelling with every last ounce of his breath in total fear. "Earthquake!" he cried. The man then tripped, and the shaking ground carried him on down the aisle. "I should do something, shouldn't I?" Owen screamed. "For our sake," Bailey yelled back. Owen grabbed a nearby telephone and with his shaky index finger dialed the numbers 4782. He cleared his voice and etched it into the intercom. "Everyone, remain calm," and he was suddenly cut off by a screeching alarm. Reuben, Alex, and Bailey covered their ears to elude the awful noise. Owen signaled for them to go find safety. "You guys go! I'll help the other employees," he shouted. But his 3 friends had already dashed off into the vibrating eye of the storm. He turned and shielded his face from the spraying soda that was all around and tried to make his way among the chaos to shut off the main alarm system. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that one of the main conveyor lines gave way. He ducked just as the heavy metallic machinery became tangled in some cables and swung down just inches from his head, sending a terrible, chilling gust of deathly wind over his entire body. Reuben, Alex, and Bailey burst through the door of their boss's office and found him bent over his desk, clutching his model globe of the world. The three friends were shaking like nervous puppies. Mr. Dethridge spoke up.
You know, I made a very interesting observation,
he shouted over the deafening explosion of soda bottles outside his office. Reuben, Alex, and Bailey all ran to the desk, grabbed the globe, and hung on as the room continued to shake. "What's that?" they cried simultaneously.
We are working in a soda factory during an earthquake,
Mr. Dethridge said, with a quiver in his voice. "Which means what?"
which means this whole company is about to fizz up and explode.
Reuben jumped up and headed for the door. "No!" he cried. "Owen is still out there. I have to find Owen." He ran out of the office with Alex and Bailey close behind. Mr. Dethridge looked at his globe.
Fools,
he said to himself. Outside the office, thousands of soda bottles were still exploding. Then, at that moment, a large tube hanging down from the machinery suddenly snapped and green soda poured out, spraying and splashing everywhere. A nearby employee noticed the broken tube and panicked. "My lemon lime! Not my lemon lime!" he cried. The little bald-headed man grabbed the giant black tube that was almost too big for his hands and began to drink from it. Within seconds, he was completely soaked as the green carbonated soda poured into his face and down his body in a mad, furious rush. Owen rushed through the bubbling, fizzing soda that was knee-deep and covered the entire floor. "Forget the alarm. This is getting bad," he thought to himself. He made his way to the storage room, threw the doors open, and began to rummage through the large pile of junk until he found a yellow raincoat and hat. He put them on just before a large wall of soda poured in through the door, swept over him, and sent him under like a riptide. A moment passed, and Owen popped out of the soda like a cork, gasping for air. He waded across the large storage room and pulled a giant rubber raft out of its box, inflated it, and began to drag the raft to the door when the soda broke through the roof and poured down like a waterfall, sending him under again. Owen sprang back to his feet once more and tried to get the raft out the door, but it wouldn't fit. He tried bending the raft, pressing the edges in, pushing and pulling until his back began to ache. Then he propped it up in the doorway and began beating it with a paddle until it finally burst free. He grabbed 2 extra paddles and ran. "This is not a good day. It really isn't," he thought. "Owen! Owen!" Reuben shouted in frustration. "It's no use," Bailey shouted. "Let's go back to the office." "No, we'll find him," Reuben answered. Reuben, Alex, and Bailey soon came to the very large fructose machine. "Look, Reuben, we need to split up. Alex and I will go this way, and you go that way. If we can't find him, we'll meet back here, all right?" shouted Bailey. Reuben gave a thumbs up and took off. Bailey and Alex wandered around for a while and finally came to a stop. "Owen!" Bailey continued to shout. Alex suddenly looked down to see a brown acoustic guitar float up to him. He quickly snatched it from the soda, smiled, and held it up for Bailey to see. "Well, little fella," Bailey said, taking the guitar from Alex, "you probably floated out of that storage room, didn't you? A man could live a lifetime in that junk heap and never again see the light of day and be quite happy," he said, handing the guitar back to Alex. Alex took the guitar and laughed silently as the two of them made their way back to the fructose machine. Reuben, who was now chin-deep in soda and still frantically searching, was getting more frustrated than ever. Owen, you had better answer or I'll make a trip to the pet store, buy you a fish, take it home and drown it. Do you hear me? I mean it. Bailey and Alex swam up to Reuben and began to tread soda. Hey, Reuben, look what Alex found. Alex held the guitar above his head. That's great, Bailey, but I hope its name is Owen because that is who you were supposed to be looking for. Bailey looked at Alex, then back past Reuben in amazement. Reuben, look, he shouted joyfully. We're saved, look. Reuben turned and saw Owen paddling the large rubber raft toward them. All right, Owen, Reuben cheered. All three friends began to cheer and shout as a sudden relief overwhelmed them. Owen steered the awkward rubbered boat slowly along the side of his friends and helped pull each one up and onto the security of the raft. Alex held up his guitar. Hey, cool guitar, Alex, Owen said. I hope that you named it after me, considering I'm the one that saved you. Bailey sneered at Reuben. I believe we will, he said smartly. The four friends sat in the raft for several minutes singing an a cappella version of their latest single when Bailey noticed a long, thin board floating on top of some strawberry soda and got an idea. He stood up and hurled himself over the side of the raft and into the swirling bubbles. With quick form, he swam out to the board, got on it, and caught the next wave. He's surfing, Reuben laughed. He's crazy. He could get hurt, Owen cried. Reuben just continued to laugh. Bailey rode all the waves. He rode ginger ale, grapefruit, peach, strawberry, cola, but he was most impressive on the root beer. After an impressive show and a lull in the storm, Bailey felt an eerie feeling in the pit of his stomach and could feel a difference in the vibration of his board. A loud rumbling noise slowly erupted from behind him and rolled closer at an increasing rate of speed. Bailey looked up in horror. Not grape! He screamed. The huge, powerful wave crashed down with an explosion of thunder, knocking Bailey unconscious. Bailey was sucked down like the stock market crash of 1929 and laid there floating in the eternal, sweet, purple, fizzing soft drink, surrounded by millions of tiny bubbles that tickled his skin. He floated in suspended animation for several minutes, when a hand suddenly descended from above, grabbed a hold of his shirt collar, and pulled him back to the surface. Owen pulled him over the side and back into the safety of the boat. Is he okay? Reuben questioned. Bailey began to cough, gasp, and wheeze until he finally caught his breath. He's all right, Owen said. What happened? Bailey stuttered. Wipe out, Reuben said. Wipe out, Bailey repeated. No way. Yes way. I can definitely do better. Watch this, Bailey boasted as he tried to get up and jump off the boat again. You can't go out there again. We have to get out of here, Owen said, restraining Bailey to the bottom of the boat. Alex nodded in agreement. Come on, one more wave, Bailey pleaded, trying to get up again. Absolutely not, Owen demanded, pushing Bailey back. Okay, you try it. I bet none of you can do any better, Bailey said abruptly. I can do better, Reuben interrupted. There were a few songs written about me. I'll make you eat those words, he yelled, taking the board from Bailey and setting his sights on a cream soda wave. Owen grabbed the board from Reuben with quick precision and threw it out as far as he could into the great ocean of soda. My board! Bailey shrieked. Okay, that's it. I'm sinking the ship. We're all going down. He fell to the side of the boat and began briskly chewing on the thick rubber. Sink! 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 He shouted like a madman, continuing to bite into the raft. You are crazy, Owen said, grabbing Bailey's arm and trying to swing him around into a sitting position. Bailey growled and sunk his teeth into Owen's left index finger. Owen pulled back in pain, then paused. "What are we doing?" he said, trying to change the mood by the tone of his voice. "Here we are on a raft, floating on a sea of soda in the middle of an earthquake, which means this whole place will blow any minute. And we're sitting here trying to sink the raft with our teeth because we can't surf the cola." Reuben, Alex, and Bailey stared at the bottom of the raft because they knew Owen had been right. "Sorry, Owen," said Bailey. "Sorry, Bailey," said Owen. "Sorry, Reuben," said Bailey. "Sorry, Bailey," said Reuben. "Sorry, Reuben," said Owen. "Sorry, Owen," said Reuben. Owen looked over at Reuben. "What are you sorry for?" he asked. "I don't know. I got lost." Owen smiled. "Hey guys, I got a joke for you." "What's that?" "What did the group of people waiting in the line to get punched at the party say to the guy who cut in line?" "I don't know. What?" "Tell 'em, Alex," Owen said. Alex said with a chuckle. Nobody laughed. "Kind of ruins the punchline, doesn't it?" Owen said. "I don't get it," Bailey commented. "That's what the people waiting in line for punch said to the guy who cut in line. Kind of ruins the punchline." "That's an awful joke," Bailey moaned. "Yeah, you're right," Owen said, turning to face the bow of the boat and striking a pose like George Washington crossing the Delaware. "You guys ready? Let's get out of here. Start paddling," he commanded, adjusting his yellow rain hat. Owen stared straight ahead, but noticed that the small ship was doing nothing more than going in circles. He looked back and noticed Reuben and Alex were facing forward, but Bailey was facing the rear of the craft and was paddling with the guitar Alex had found. "What are you doing? We need to face the same direction," Owen declared. "But I was trying to just do it." Bailey reluctantly turned around and dropped his guitar back into the soda. "Now that we've fixed that, let's go." Bailey sprung to his knees. "Tally-ho! Secure the ship, men! Forward! Drop anchor!" "Drop anchor?" Reuben said, a bit disgusted. "You are enjoying this a little too much," stated Owen. "And one more thing, tally-ho is used for fox hunting," he continued, placing his paddle over the side of the raft and gently pushing the rippling soda aside as they made their way to safety. "This is more like it," Reuben said. "North, men! North!" Bailey shouted. Outside the factory, the earthquake continued to shake the ground with extreme violence. Trees crashed down, destroying power lines. Streets opened up and swallowed cars whole. An empty public bus bounced down the street, reaching speeds of 75 miles per hour. In another part of town, an older gentleman slept soundly in his vibrating recliner, none the wiser. On the man's television across the room, the local news anchor looked over his notes. "And today in sports, the Battling Panthers took on the Drooling Beavers for the basketball playoffs. We now go to Tom for more." "Thank you, Jim. It was quite a game, and due to the earthquake, the game was that much more exciting. The players didn't even have to dribble the ball, because it dribbled itself." A short news clip ran showing the astonished players running alongside the bouncing ball. "It has truly been an interesting day. I'm Tom Johnson with YOU News. Back to you in the studio." Back at the plant, the walls and windows were ready to burst at the seams. Then it happened. The roof of the factory gave way, and the entire soda plant exploded, sending colorful soda in every direction.
Track 3, Abode.
Everything was silent and peaceful. A small bird chirped serenely in the distance. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey lie unconscious in a field of short, finely cut grass. Reuben began to stir. He sat up ever so slowly, clutching his aching head, looked around, and saw nothing but beautiful green grass for miles. "Are we dead?" he spoke softly. Bailey sat up as well, holding his stomach. "No, we're not dead. If we were dead, I wouldn't feel so bad." Alex awoke next to the three friends and helped each other to their feet. "Where the heck are we?" Reuben questioned. Bailey smiled. "Ooh, you are in the mystical land of the butterfly, where you have awakened and emerged from your cocoon and are now free to fly from flower to flower. Fly away, little butterfly. Fly, fly free," he said, running in circles, flapping his arms. "Knock it off," Reuben said. Bailey stopped and looked down at Owen, who was still asleep. "Hey, looks like one of us didn't make re-entry." Bailey stopped to think for a second. "I know what will wake him up," he said. "Hey, Reuben, how about a nice cold frothy root beer? How does that sound?" "Yeah, a nice cold one coming up," Reuben answered with a laugh. Owen jumped to his feet, screaming, "No, no, anything but root beer." He slowly shook his head and came to. "What are you guys trying to do, drown me?" "No, we just wanted to shake you up a bit, if you'll excuse the pun," Bailey said. "I am not amused," Owen responded. Bailey looked down at his uniform and gasped. "Ah! Look at my uniform," he cried. "The grape soda stained my beautiful white uniform purple. My beautiful uniform and I were friends, partners, hand in hand, and now it's white purity ravaged forever." He took in a long, tear-controlling breath and collapsed to the ground. "Purple," was the only word that he uttered. "Yeah, so," said Reuben, "my uniform is stained orange. I look like I should be in chains planning my prison escape." Alex's uniform was stained green. Owen pushed his yellow rain hat away from his face and adjusted his glasses. "You guys need to be planning something, because, gentlemen, we are officially out of a job." Bailey choked back more tears and began strumming the guitar Alex had found to get his mind off the problems at hand. Alex pointed out, motioning to the guitar. "You're right, Alex. We still have our music," Owen responded. "But that never really made us a lot of money. We need to find better work." Reuben looked at Owen. "Why? All the good jobs were probably destroyed in the earthquake. And if there are any good jobs out there, we're not the only ones looking." Bailey stopped strumming his guitar. "We have to lay low until Thursday anyway. Let Reuben see if he can come up with some better gigs." "Fine," Owen said. "If you can book some dates, I'll play along." "This will be better than that egg drop kicking contest," Reuben squealed in delight. "I can do it. You just watch." Owen looked around. "We'd better get going. I'm not really sure where we are or how to get out of here." Reuben also scanned the unusual landscape. "We're done for. There are no landmarks, signs, or anything. There aren't even any clouds in the sky." Bailey closed his eyes, spun around, and then came to a stop, pointing to the east. "I say we go that way." "Well, it's as good as any, I guess," Owen said. The four friends began walking, not saying a word. Each was pondering what to do with their lives from this point on and how to achieve it. Bailey spoke up, breaking the silence. "Hey, Owen?" "Yeah?" "You're a scientist, aren't you?" Owen laughed. No. I just studied science in school. That doesn't mean I'm a scientist." Bailey looked down. "I kind of envy you. You know everything." Owen laughed again. "That's what school is for." The four young men suddenly came upon a road that had been cracked in the earthquake, but not badly broken. "We can follow this road till we come to a sign that will tell us where we are," Owen said confidently. The four weary friends followed the road until their feet began to ache. Many more miles passed until Hope finally appeared over the last hill from behind and headed straight for them. A dusty old beat-up truck chugged down the road, expelling thick black smoke everywhere. It stopped to pick up the now struggling band. Reuben peered into the cab of the truck and was surprised to see who the driver was. "Miss Wills!" he shouted with excitement. He jumped into the truck and hugged the old lady driver. Miss Wills looked closely at his face.
What on earth are you doing way out here?
She asked. "It's a long story," Reuben said, turning to his friends. "Hey guys, we're in luck. It's our landlady." "Miss Wills!" all three shouted together in unbelievable excitement.
Get in, boys. Don't just stand there. I'll drive you home."
Bailey threw his guitar into the bed of the truck and climbed in after Alex. Owen and Reuben squeezed into the cab and listened intently to the nice old lady as she spilled the latest secrets of how to make her famous bundt cake. They arrived home shortly, and Miss Wills escorted the young musicians up to their second-story apartment that usually rocked with wild parties. When she walked through the door, Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey were completely embarrassed at the mess she was witnessing. The room was completely filled with junk, from skateboards to car parts. Everything you could possibly imagine was lying around.
"I see you boys are in the collecting trade,"
Miss Wills said, picking up a garden hose and a stuffed kangaroo. It's a little messier than I remember," Reuben stuttered. Miss Wills ran her fingers across the top of a nearby table and looked at all of the dust.
"You boys at least need to dust every once in a while,"
she said. "We will," Owen responded.
"So what are you boys calling yourself nowadays? What is the name of your band?"
Miss Wills asked, sitting down on a large bass drum. Alex responded.
"The Oxy-Morons? That's a respectable name,"
Miss Wills said with a nod of her head. "Alex came up with it," Bailey pointed out.
"It suits you perfectly,"
Miss Wills responded.
"But for now I'd better be going. I will leave you to play with your stuff. You need anything, you know how to get a hold of me."
"Yeah, we know. Throw Bailey screaming out the window," Reuben said.
"That's right. I'll listen for you,"
the kind old lady said, looking around the apartment one last time in disgust and closing the door behind her. Owen looked around the room. "We really should haul some of this stuff away." "Why?" Bailey asked. "This stuff is still useful. Look at this old couch. Remember, we found it down on Walker Street," he said, running across the room, jumping into midair and landing square in the middle of it, sending a cloud of dust all over the room. A heavy stream of dust sprayed into his eyes, causing him to stand up, cough wildly, and trip over the coffee table, breaking a lamp that had been sitting on the other side. "Okay, this place needs a little work," Reuben declared. "So does our refrigerator. See? Nothing. Absolutely empty," Owen stated. Bailey walked over, wiping the last bit of dust from his eyes. "We should be used to that." Owen took off his raincoat and found a little bit of money. "Hey, Bailey, could you run out real fast and pick up a couple burgers? I want to stay here and watch Reuben make a few phone calls. Make mine with the works, and instead of fries, get me some onion rings. I need to eat more vegetables." Bailey took the money. "How about you, Reuben?" "I'll have the same, but instead of onion rings, get me some fries. I need to eat more vegetables." "Alex?" Alex said. Bailey stared at Alex. "Only ketchup and pickles? Are you sure?" Alex nodded. "Okay, just let me change real fast." Bailey disappeared into the back room. Owen finished taking off his raincoat. "You know, Reuben, this old apartment sure can rock sometimes, with neighbors and friends." He laid his raincoat ever so gently on the couch as not to disturb the dust. Bailey popped out from the back room, threw his purple uniform onto the couch, sending dust flying all over the room again, and dashed out the door, slamming it with a bang. "I hear you, Owen," Reuben said. "And don't forget the parties. Oh, man, unbelievable. People we didn't even know would show up." It seems like we've been giving up that life more and more. Giving it up, but not leaving it behind. Just leave it to me, and we'll be traveling all over and doing everything again. I will book some sweet gigs," Reuben said, grabbing the phone and beginning to dial. Bailey burst back through the door. "I forgot my shoes," he shouted, dodging into the bedroom, grabbing both shoes and dashing from the apartment again. "How did that idiot ever end up playing lead?" Owen asked. Alex shrugged. Reuben held the phone a little tighter to his ear until a voice answered on the other end. "Yes, could I speak to Mr. Turner about doing a couple shows?" he asked politely. Owen and Alex crossed their fingers. Mr. Darwin sat alone in his dimly lit cell, resting on the edge of his bed with his hands cuffed over his eyes, passing the moment with only his breathing. The cell door slowly opened and a deep voice interrupted the silence. "You have a visitor," the guard said. Mr. Darwin sat up in shock.
What? Oh, no!
He said. Mr. Darwin knew there could only be one visitor stupid enough to visit him there. The guard entered Mr. Darwin's cell and had him stand up, as he covered him from head to toe with various kinds of chains and locks. "You're not getting away this time," the guard said confidently.
"I'd better come up with a pretty good plan then, hadn't I?"
Mr. Darwin responded with equal confidence. The guard tilted his head back and laughed, then became bitterly serious. "I'm watching you," he uttered gravely. Mr. Darwin laughed in return and said nothing more. The guard led Mr. Darwin to a white, very well-lit room and sat at the end of a long, white table. Once Mr. Darwin had been seated, the guard looked Mr. Darwin straight in the eyes. "I'm still watching you," he said, then left the room just as a large man pushed his way in and stumbled across the room to his seat at the other end of the table. Mr. Darwin sat there motionless and peered down the very long table until his eyes fell on the huge, bumbling idiot. The large man was too overly glad to be there, and his crooked grin made it all too clear. Mr. Darwin let out a deep, hopeless sigh and collapsed face first onto the table. He began to bang his face on the table, then sat up without the slightest hesitation.
"What are you doing here, Ivan?"
he asked, cautiously looking over at the two-way mirror that he knew more security guards were watching from behind. Ivan Washington adjusted his fake mustache and pulled his hat further down over his eyes. "Isn't it great? Nobody recognized me."
"Ivan!"
Mr. Darwin shouted, then began to whisper.
"Ivan, I was hoping never to see you here under any circumstances."
Ivan began to smirk. "What are you talking about? You need me."
"You used to work here. I'm sure one of your friends can see past that stupid hat and mustache,"
Mr. Darwin said. "But they didn't. So are you going to argue, or are you going to sit there and listen to what I have to say?" Mr. Darwin turned away.
"I think somebody is back-talking me,"
he shouted arrogantly. He then let his gaze fall back to Ivan.
"Are you back-talking me? Because if you are, so help me."
Ivan squinted his eyes and glared at Mr. Darwin. "Quiet!" he snapped. Mr. Darwin's voice began to growl, emphasizing the anger behind his eyes.
"If I weren't stuck in this place, I'd—"
"You would what?" Ivan interrupted. "Look, you are stuck in this place, and that's why I'm here. Just listen, okay?" Mr. Darwin sat back in his chair.
"Okay,"
he said, softly, almost to himself. The door suddenly flew open, and in walked 7 guards carrying a 1-ton boat anchor. One of the guards fastened the heavy iron anchor to the many chains that Mr. Darwin had been wearing. The guards began to laugh uncontrollably and hurried out of the room before they could laugh themselves silly. All the laughter even made Ivan Washington chuckle. "I used to love those guys." He then got down to business, walked over and stood behind Mr. Darwin, placing a briefcase on the table in front of him. Ivan opened it and pulled out a large stack of papers. Hidden within the papers was a black, full-body uniform. With one quick movement, Ivan stuffed the black full-body suit down the back of Mr. Darwin's prison uniform. Mr. Darwin giggled like a little girl.
Tickled!
Ivan stood up rigidly. "It's just that simple," he said, trying to sound like a lawyer. He then reached down and snapped his briefcase shut. Mr. Darwin looked up at Ivan.
I don't know. It just seems a little tricky to me. I mean, I've never been done before.
One of the guards entered the room. "Your time is up," he said. Mr. Darwin gasped.
No, please, I'm too young to die. Please, good officer, spare me.
"Not you, idiot," the guard spoke. "I was talking to your visitor." Ivan walked over to the door and adjusted his hat one more time, then stopped and turned back to Mr. Darwin. "Remember what I said, and you will do fine." The prison guard watched as Mr. Darwin laid his head on the table face first. Ivan gave a kind nod to the guard. "Evening, Frank." The guard was puzzled, but shrugged it off. He escorted the visitor out into the hallway and closed the door behind them.
Track 4. Light, light.
Bailey walked down the street, putting the money that Owen had given him into his wallet. An elderly lady standing on the curb noticed him pass and began to slowly chase after him.
Excuse me, sir,"
he shouted. Bailey stopped and turned around. "Me?" he asked quizzically.
"Yes, I'm really sorry to bother you, but I've been standing here most of the day. Anyway, does your name happen to be MC Bales?"
"My name is Bailey, and I have been the master of ceremonies at parties several times, so I guess you could call me MC Bailey."
"Oh, good. I'm so glad. I really need to be getting home to feed my cat. She must be famished."
Bailey wasn't sure what to say. "Did you need a ride? Because I'm sort of on my way to—"
"Oh, no, nothing like that. I was supposed to sell this box to you,"
she said with a smile, handing a medium-sized maroon box to Bailey. Bailey read the writing on the side of the box silently to himself. Cyberborg components. He was a bit puzzled. "What is this for?" he asked.
"I don't know. I just do as I'm told,"
she replied. "Okay. How much do you want for it?" The nice old lady paused to think.
"Is 15 enough?"
she said, hesitantly. "Yeah, if I knew what this thing was."
"Okay, $10 and it's yours."
Bailey looked at the old lady's kind face. "Okay, sure, why not?" he said, taking the money out of his wallet and kindly handing it to her.
"Oh, thanks a lot, sir,"
she said gratefully. "You're more than welcome." Bailey took a second glance at the strange box as mass confusion raced through his mind. After a brief, confusing moment, he turned and walked away, turning his head to give the nice old lady one last glance, then continued on. The old lady stood there with a bright smile on her face.
"What a nice young man,"
she said to herself. At that moment, a black car pulled up and stopped at the curb next to the lady. A motley gentleman emerged from the front seat, adjusted the tie he wore with his unwashed, out-of-date suit, and approached. "Excuse me, ma'am. Maybe you can help me. My name is Michael Curtis Bales." The old lady suddenly became very worried.
"Oh, dear,"
she sighed.
"Well, there's another bad entry from my diary."
Back at the apartment, Reuben casually sat on the sofa playing with a spring he had found. He briskly flicked it back and forth, watching it bounce from side to side. "This no longer amuses me," he uttered to himself, throwing it over his shoulder just as Owen walked into the room and caught it. Owen looked at the spring. "Man, we sure have a lot of junk." Reuben watched Owen throw the spring on the floor. "This is going to be one long week," Reuben sighed. "Longer than you think," Owen responded. "I just got off the phone. One of our gigs just called to cancel." "Oh, I'm not too worried. I have another ace up my sleeve." Bailey walked in carrying the box. Reuben stood up. What took you so long? Well, I ran into this nice old lady and she sold this box to me. Where are the burgers? Reuben asked. I had no money left, so I had no choice but to come straight home. What's in the box? Owen asked. I don't know, Bailey answered, still plagued with puzzlement. Give me that, Reuben said, snatching the box from Bailey's hand. He opened the box and pulled out the hamburgers. Nice old lady, huh? Bailey began to laugh. Ha ha, I got you, didn't I? No, Reuben said, taking the hamburgers out of the box and handing them to Alex and Bailey, then handing the maroon box to Owen. Owen took the strange box and began reading the white letters. Cyberborg components, he said aloud. What is that? Bailey shrugged. I don't know, he said, taking a bite out of his hamburger. Owen took his burger out and tossed the box back to Bailey, who glanced up just in time to see the box fly past him and hit the floor. The box burst open and released a strange, beautiful, colorful beam of light that shot out of the box, bounced off the ceiling, off the walls, off the couch, off the window, and off the crooked painting of cottage cheese that Bailey had purchased at an auction for $5. The out-of-work quartet hit the floor. The light beam bounced off the lamp and just barely missed Alex's head. Finally, the beam came to a stop and the four young men slowly and cautiously emerged from the floor. What the heck was that? Owen exclaimed. Bailey swallowed hard and looked around the room. The light beam had filled the entire apartment with a thin, multicolored beam that hung in the air like a ray from a laser. The beam had so many colors and hues that it took Bailey's breath away. Wow, look at this. Isn't it the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? He said, in total amazement. Reuben picked up an onion ring that had fallen out when everyone hit the floor. He tossed it at the miraculous beam to see if the light would burn it. Instead, it went halfway through, and the onion ring hung there precariously on the beam of light. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey gasped. Owen cautiously took a hold of the onion ring and began to move it back and forth along the beam of light. He gave the onion ring a slight tug, and it fell all the way through. The beam merely broke, released the onion ring, and then reassembled itself. Reuben reached for the beam. I'm gonna touch it, he said. Bailey spoke up in disagreement. Reuben, I wouldn't. Be careful, Owen interrupted. Reuben nodded at Owen and continued his reach. He took hold of the thin light beam and ran his finger across the top of it. Well, Owen asked. I can feel it. It doesn't hurt, Reuben said cheerfully. He then spread both of his arms apart, grabbed the beam in two different places, and gently removed a large section of it. Whoa! How did you do that? Bailey asked intently. Reuben handed the light beam to Bailey. This is great, Bailey laughed. I wonder if it bends. He began to bend the light ever so slowly until the fragile beam shattered into 1,000,000 tiny light particles, sending every color of light possible exploding all over the room. Minuscule beams of red, green, yellow, orange, purple, and blue light scattered, then faded out. I guess not, Bailey said innocently, slowly backing away. Owen and Alex moved closer to the light to examine it better. Owen was perplexed. It's some sort of solid light, which means that it must have some sort of molecular structure, but I'm just not sure what. We know that most light is made up of photons, but they are not sturdy enough to hold up an onion ring. This must be something else entirely, he said, examining the broken ends of the gap in the light much closer. Bailey stepped forward again. You mean This light could be made up of small, tiny, short, miniature, little, microscopic, diminutive, compact particles? Possibly, Owen said. You see, light bounces, or reflects, off everything you see. You just can't touch it. This you can touch. He broke off another small piece and held it in his hand. Hey, this is light, he chuckled. We know it's light, Reuben said. You just told us it was light, added Bailey. No, I mean light, Owen said. Light, Bailey questioned. I mean it's not heavy, Owen said. No, but it's cool, said Bailey. Actually, it's kind of warm, Owen said, holding a small piece up to his cheek. Warm light? Reuben asked Bailey. No, cool light, Bailey responded. He said it was warm light, Reuben said, pointing to Owen. He just said it wasn't heavy, said Bailey. Right, light, Owen said with a smile. Lightweight? Bailey asked. No, light, Reuben said. That's what I said, light, said Bailey. No, you said lightweight, said Reuben. You're the one that said light, Owen said to Reuben. I thought you were the one that said light, Reuben said to Owen. I'm the one that said it wasn't heavy, Owen said. All I said was light, Bailey said. So you mean it's light? Said Reuben. Right, Owen said. Right? Asked Reuben. Right, said Bailey. I thought we were talking about light, Reuben asked. Right. Lightweight light, Owen said. Right, said Reuben, understanding. Right, said Owen, approving. Night light, said Bailey. Owen and Reuben turned to Bailey. You're just trying to confuse things, they said in unison. Right, said Bailey. Alex scratched his head, and the four friends began to examine the colorful beam again. Bailey broke off another small piece of the light, rounding off the edge. Do you think there is a way to build anything out of this? This stuff would be great to work with, he said, chipping away a little more and watching the colorful light crystals trickle to the floor. Well, we have time to kill until Thursday, Reuben stated. Owen paused to think. I don't know what it would be, but I don't see why not. What could we possibly build with this? Reuben said, taking two pieces of the light beam and smashing them together. I don't know, but I would like to experiment with it, Bailey said. Within the next couple hours, Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey began work on their mysterious project immediately in the next room. Alex busied himself by welding. He stopped, lifted his face shield, smiled into light, frowned, lowered his face shield, and began welding again. Reuben walked behind him, avoiding the sparks, and dropped an armload of drafting tools on the table where Owen had been diligently pondering over some plans. Any great ideas yet? Reuben asked. I have a few, Owen answered, concentrating even harder on the plans. He then stood up briskly, ripped the plans in half, took one half of the plans, turned them upside down, and rematched them with the other half. There we go. That's much better, he declared with excitement. He smiled his big, gawky smile and placed his hands on his hips. That's brilliant! Now we're getting somewhere. Reuben shook his head and patted Owen on the shoulder. That's great. I'm going to go make some more phone calls. He then departed for the living room, picked up the phone, and began to dial. Owen picked up one half of the plans and walked over to Bailey, whom was sitting in a chair examining a large piece of the light. Hey, Bailey, we're going to need more parts. Rummage through the junk in the living room and see what you can come up with, Owen stated, not taking his eyes off the plans. Sure, Owen, Bailey said, running into the living room. A small spark from Alex's welding torch suddenly landed on the plans that Owen was holding, catching them on fire. Alex quit welding, threw his tools and welding mask to the floor, ran to the kitchen, and filled up a bucket of cold water. Owen dropped the plans and stomped the fire out as fast as he could. Alex stumbled back and quickly dumped the huge bucket of water on the plans and all over the floor. Owen gasped, "The plans!" he shouted. Alex paid no attention and went back to welding as if nothing had happened. Owen scraped the soaked plans up off the floor and walked over to a nearby chalkboard. The water on the plans made them stick directly to the surface. He then commenced to writing as many facts and figures on the board as he could on all sides of the plans in pink chalk. Bailey returned with an armload of junk and dumped it on the floor. "Hey, Owen, you need any help with the plans?" Owen lowered the chalk and looked at the pink chalk dust on his fingers, then brushed his hands off onto his pants. "Yeah," he responded, "there should be a calculator in that drawer over there." Bailey rummaged through the drawer and listened to Reuben in the front room still trying to get a gig. "No, that won't do any good either," Reuben said. No. 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 Bailey found the calculator, closed the drawer, and walked back to Owen. "Do you think Reuben can find us a gig?" he asked. No. Owen responded with a laugh. Bailey laughed as well, sat down at the table, and began working with Owen on the calculations. He continued listening to Reuben struggle on the phone. "No, you don't understand. We want 7 days and 2 nights, he heard Reuben say. Bailey turned his attention back to the calculator after he had listened to all he wanted to of Reuben's continuously frustrating defeats. "Have you got the figures ready?" Owen asked. "Yeah." "Okay, read them off to me." 44ths equals 1. 4/4 plus 4/4 equals 2. 4 plus 4 plus 4 divided by 4 equals 3. Bailey read off the calculator. "That is how you count to 3 by using 4 4s, he added. "Perfect," Owen said, stepping away from the chalkboard. "But there's still something missing." Bailey's nose suddenly began to itch. He couldn't hold it anymore. He sat up stiffly in his chair and let out a tremendous sneeze. Owen was taken aback. "That's it! That's what was missing! I forgot wind resistance." "Can I pay you by the month?" "Wait a minute. You're the one who's supposed to be paying me," Reuben said from the other room. Owen and Bailey spent the next hour and a half going over facts, figures, plans, and drawings until they were totally exhausted. If 69,000 times 5 equals 345,000, then 4.5 is the equivalent to... Bailey stopped, wiped the sweat from his brow, and noticed a fly buzzing around his head. He swung his arms frantically in an attempt to shoo the fly away, but watched as the small black pest came to land on the calculator. "Hey!" Bailey cried. "The fly just landed on the clear button. Everything is erased!" he shouted, collapsing back in his chair in total disappointment. "What?" Owen shouted in return. "That was an hour and a half of work." "That's all right," Bailey said, sitting upright again. "I have most of it written down right here." "Don't do that to me," Owen said, somewhat relieved. "Oh, well, it livened things up for a short time anyway." Reuben appeared in the doorway with the phone to his ear. "Yes, sir?" "Well, no." "Well, yes, sort of." "Alex is the drummer of the band, but he refuses to play the bongos." Alex raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, what? What did you say this was? Oh, I'm sorry, I must have the wrong number." "What was all that about?" Bailey asked when Reuben hung up the phone. "Nothing," Reuben responded, disappearing into the living room again. Owen and Bailey looked at each other and shrugged. "Okay, that's enough of the mental stuff," Owen said. "Let's get to the fun part. Alex, go grab a screwdriver. I believe there's one in the oven." "All right," Bailey cheered, leaping from his chair. Reuben paced back and forth. "Yes, absolutely, we can do that. So you are talking $1,000 a night. That's great, we'll do it." Reuben hung up the phone and threw it on the couch, sending dust everywhere. Calm down, he told himself. He continued to pace back and forth, then let out a blood-curdling scream of joy. That night, there was no moon because of the lunar eclipse. Owen came out of the bedroom for a glass of water and found Reuben sitting on the sofa watching television and Alex asleep on the floor, snoring loudly. "What's on?" Owen asked. "Absolutely nothing," Reuben answered, turning off the TV. 3,000 channels and nothing is on. "Couldn't sleep?" "No, I couldn't sleep. I was too busy thinking." "About what?" Owen said, as he finished pouring his glass of water and sat on the couch next to Reuben, stirring up the dust again. "Tell you what, why don't we sit at the table?" he said, half coughing. He quickly drank his water to control his cough and sat down at the kitchen table, pushing all of the junk aside and setting his glass down. Alex snored louder. Owen ignored the ruckus. "Now, what were you thinking about?" he said quietly. Reuben paused. "Well, about that girl we saw outside the factory." "The one that punched you?" "Yes." Owen nodded. "Yeah, that was rough." "She was just so beautiful, you know, and I just wonder if I'll ever see her again." "I don't think you will," Owen said, sliding his glass back and forth on the table. "I got the impression that she didn't like any of us." "I know, that's what makes it so hard. I can't get her off my mind. I mean, how do you know when a girl really likes you?" Owen thought for a moment. "The way you can tell if a girl really likes you is to buy a pickup truck with a bench seat. If she sits up next to you, then you know it's true love." "You're right, Owen, but it still drives me crazy." "You know what drives me crazy?" Bailey said, entering the kitchen wearing his bright neon green pajamas. "What?" Reuben asked. "When you go to the store and the clerk gives you your change back with the coins on top of the dollar bills. I mean, if you take the change with your left hand, then you have to use your right hand to grab the coins and slide the whole mess into your pocket using both hands. I say put the coins into my left hand first, laying the dollar bills on top. Then you can easily slide the bills into your wallet and the coins into your pocket using just one hand." "You guys are right," Reuben said with a smile. "Absolutely right." Owen placed his hand on Reuben's shoulder. "So, no more thoughts about her?" "Nope, never again," Reuben answered confidently. "All right, then. I'm just going back to bed. How about you guys?" Owen asked. "I am," Bailey said, returning to the bedroom. "Reuben, how about you?" Reuben looked down. "Nah, I'm okay." Owen walked to the bedroom entrance, then stopped and turned back. "Reuben?" he said quietly. Reuben looked up. "Yeah? Don't worry about it. Someone will come along." "Thanks, Owen. Good night." "Good night, Reuben," Owen said, disappearing into the bedroom and closing the door behind him. Reuben began to pace back and forth again, listening to Alex's constant snoring. "No more thoughts about her," he chanted. "I'll just think about something else, like ice cream. No, that's no good. Now I want ice cream," he said, hopelessly sighing and collapsing onto the couch, sending dust all over the room again.
Track 5, Juggle.
5 guards led Mr. Darwin down the long, dark corridor to the gas chamber. Only the sound of their feet echoed in the hallway until they arrived at the reinforced steel door that was slowly opened by 2 other guards to reveal the chair in which Mr. Darwin was destined to be strapped. The 2 guards took Mr. Darwin by each arm, led him into the dimly lit room, and removed all of his chains. Mr. Darwin adjusted the collar of the black suit that Ivan had given him and pulled a black hood over his head. Then, with a cunning smirk, looked at each guard directly in the eye and sat down confidently into the chair, as if he had been invited to tea. The shortest of the guards stepped forward and strapped Mr. Darwin securely into the cold, hard, metallic seat, then stepped back just as the coordinator entered the room. The coordinator was a man in his mid-50s and was sharply dressed in a very expensive gray suit. The man could almost sense that Mr. Darwin was up to something by his strange smile and mysterious hood, but shrugged it off. "Do you have any last requests?" the coordinator asked in a low, rough voice. Mr. Darwin looked at the man.
Could I bother you for a cigarette?
The man glared sternly at Mr. Darwin and pulled a silver cigarette box out of his upper left coat pocket and removed one cigarette and gently placed it into Mr. Darwin's mouth, then turned to leave.
Light?
Mr. Darwin said, out of the corner of his mouth. The coordinator turned back around and without saying a word pulled a silver cigarette lighter out of his other pocket and lit Mr. Darwin's cigarette. He turned and walked out again as two guards closed the heavy steel door behind him, leaving Mr. Darwin alone in the room, just the way he liked it. Two other guards in a small booth to the right pulled two separate switches simultaneously. A small rumble came from within the chamber in which Mr. Darwin was sitting, and slowly grew louder and louder until the huge, heavy steel door was ripped from its hinges and thrown down the long hallway from a huge, flaring, red-hot fireball that erupted from inside the small chamber. The entire prison suddenly exploded, sending flames and debris flying for miles. Houses and other buildings blocks away shook with extreme violence. Cars went rolling, hood over bumper, down the roads, and trees were burned and uprooted. After the giant mushroom cloud eventually faded out, there was nothing left but a giant hole in the ground. Some time later, the mayor received the bad news from the police chief Larkin and slammed his fist down on his desk. "A cigarette in the gas chamber?" he cried. Chief Larkin sighed in as much disgust.
Mr. Mayor, please try to calm down.
"How in the world do you expect me to calm down?"
Mr. Mayor, please.
Chief Larkin begged again. The mayor walked to the window and hopelessly stared out. "Do you know how this looks?"
No, but there is good news.
The mayor moved away from the window and returned to his desk. "What's that?" he asked. There is no way Mr. Darwin could have survived that blast. The mayor slammed his fist on the desk again. "There is no way anybody for 19 blocks survived that blast," he shouted. He abruptly walked over to the wall, pulled down a re-election poster, and ripped it in half. "How could anybody be so stupid?" he squalled, looking down sorrowfully at the two ripped halves of the poster board, and began to cry. He collapsed to his knees and shed a fluent stream of tears. "I'll never be mayor again," he yelled between sobs. Chief Larkin stood motionless.
You realize that if you had been governor, you could have called the execution off.
"Governor!" the mayor wailed tearfully.
Boy, you're under great pressure,
said the chief sarcastically. The mayor stood up and wiped the tears from his eyes. You're right. Mr. Darwin is gone, so I can safely say that the job was performed punctual and accurately.
With minimal casualties.
The mayor began to bawl again.
There now,
Chief Larkin said, grabbing a tissue from the box on the mayor's desk. He motioned for the mayor to sit down.
Here, blow your nose and take a seat.
The mayor did as he was instructed.
That's better.
The chief comforted him.
Now just sit back, put your feet on your desk, and let's think of a way to get you reelected.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me, cried the mayor, sucking his thumb.
I do,
commented the chief silently.
That's why we need to vote for third parties.
What was that? The mayor asked, blowing his nose again.
Oh, nothing. I just said that after this is all over, we should throw a party.
That would be nice, the mayor replied, sitting up in his soft black leather chair. "Then it's up to you to find out who is responsible for this catastrophe.
Yes, sir.
And make sure Mr. Darwin is actually gone."
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
The rubble at the remains of the prison continued to smolder, while rescuers worked feverishly hour after hour, digging and probing through the mounds of rubble, searching for lost victims. Some distance away, a large pile of rocks was pushed aside as Mr. Darwin's hand slowly emerged and was painfully stepped on by an unsuspecting rescuer. Nevertheless, Mr. Darwin waited a moment more until the coast was clear and pulled himself free from the debris. He quickly pulled the black hood from the protective suit that had enabled him to survive the intense heat of the blast down to conceal his face. He cautiously looked around to get his bearings straight and then ran off into the night, a free man. Outside the band's apartment, a young paper boy delivered his newspapers while the streetlights shut off one by one to reveal a new dawn was breaking. The paper boy stopped his bike and reached for his bullhorn. "Your papers are here," the voice echoed. Alex abruptly jumped up from the living room floor, a bit startled, just as Bailey burst into the bedroom banging on a pan with a wooden spoon and began crowing like a rooster. "Ah, ah, ah, ah! Wake up, everybody! Rise and shine! Get up!" Bailey shouted, jumping on Owen's bed, then leaping down again. Owen and Reuben stirred ungraciously from their sleep. "Come on, get up! I can't see your eyeballs." Reuben struggled to focus his eyes on Bailey. "Why all the fuss?" "Because you're unconscious, that's why." "Let us be unconscious for a couple more hours," Owen demanded. "Can't do that," Bailey said. Alex grumbled while standing in the doorway. "I'll tell you why not, Alex. Because I put the finishing touches on our project." Owen jumped to his feet. "Oh, yeah. You need to see this, Reuben. Alex, Bailey, and I have come up with something really great. And besides that, it's Friday. We are free men again," Bailey said. "Let's have breakfast first," said Owen. "What time did you wake up?" Reuben asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. "I've been awake since 2 o'clock, Bailey replied. "Before you show me anything, Bailey, I have something to show you guys. I've been working on a project of my own," Reuben said, walking to the closet and pulling out a giant map of the United States. "We are going on tour. Everything is arranged," he said in total excitement. "That's great," Bailey cheered. Reuben picked a black marker up off the floor and walked out of the bedroom to the kitchen, followed by his friends, where he set his map up on a wooden easel. "First, we will be traveling to a small resort in Northern California called Fun Park, where we will be performing for 13 guests a night," he said, marking a small black dot on the upper state of California. "Then we go north to Washington to a small nightclub called the Tank Top. Then down to Carlin, Nevada, to a small club called the Tank Top." Reuben paused. His brother owns it. "What about Las Vegas?" Bailey asked. Reuben didn't answer. "Then we will be traveling to Winston, Montana to help out at Raymond's Fish Farm. Then to Manti, Utah, where we will be playing 4 pioneers in a pageant." He stopped and began to smile. "That's just the beginning. It gets better." "I hope so," Owen said. Bailey began pouring bowls of cereal for everyone when the doorbell rang. "I'll get it," he said, putting down the cereal box and walking toward the door. He opened the door, and standing there was a delivery man. "Yes?" Bailey asked. The delivery man looked at the name on the package. "Owen Marks?" he said. "Just a minute," Bailey said, turning away. "Owen," he called out, "it's for you." Owen approached the door, and Bailey dashed back to the kitchen. "We don't want any," Owen said. "It's already paid for," answered the delivery man. "Well, then, we'll take 5 of them." I only have the one, but you can smash it into 5 pieces if you want, the delivery man laughed. No, that's okay, Owen responded. There's only 4 of us anyway. Okay then, here you go. Owen took the package. Thanks, he said, closing the door. What is it? Reuben asked. Owen looked at the package. It must be my vest. Bailey approached Owen. What vest? Let's see it. Owen opened the package and pulled out the biggest, ugliest vest Reuben, Alex, or Bailey had ever seen. It was completely blue with 30 pockets in the front that were covered by a thick, clear plastic material, and what looked like a coin return at the bottom. My vending machine vest. It finally arrived. Owen shouted in delight. Reuben was stunned. What? I ordered this vest as a last resort to earn money, Owen said. Cool, Bailey said. I already have some snacks to stock it with. What kind of snacks? Reuben asked. Little Debbie snack cakes. They are warming in the dryer. Go get them, Owen exclaimed. Bailey smiled. Did you know that if Little Debbie threw a party, she would be a hostess? Everyone smiled. Alex asked. Sure, Alex, you can try it on. Alex tried the vest on, but it hung down past his knees. I'm afraid it's a little big, Bailey pointed out, but easily fixed. All we have to do is wash it, and I'm sure it'll fit a little better. He walked to the washing machine and threw the vest in. We just need to put it in there like that, he said, and after we take it out of the dryer, it should fit perfectly. Owen nodded. Okay, he said. Now, we have to carry buckets of water to the washing machine because the water isn't hooked up, Bailey continued. Owen awkwardly raised an eyebrow. Why is the water not hooked up? I had to use the hose. For what? Well, it adds a nice echo effect to our project. That's a great idea, Owen said. I never thought of that. Bailey found 4 buckets and began to fill one up in the kitchen sink, then handed it to Owen, who in turn handed it to Alex, who dumped it into the washing machine as Bailey began to fill up another bucket. Reuben watched as Owen, Alex, and Bailey formed a water brigade, passing, then dumping one bucket of water after the next. Reuben began to pour cereal and milk into the 4 bowls and added them to the brigade that arced around the breakfast table from the sink to the washing machine. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey passed buckets of water and bowls of cereal in a circle around the table. Every time each had their bowl come back around, they would take a bite and pass it on. And each time Alex got a new bucket of water, he would dump it into the washing machine. Reuben was now passing buckets of water down the brigade as well, and taking bites of his cereal when it came back around, all the while still marking on the map of the U.S. We will then be traveling from Clayton, New Mexico to Crookston, Minnesota. We're going to have to fly or we'll get car sick, Bailey commented. Then we go out of our way straight down here to Tulsa, Oklahoma, then way back here to Minneapolis for a book signing, Reuben continued. Owen glared at Reuben. Since when did you write a book? I didn't. I told them that you did. By the time we get all the way to Minneapolis, you'll probably have one written, Bailey chuckled. Owen laughed smartly and then took a bite of cereal because his bowl came back around. This is the good part, Reuben said, passing a bucket of water to Owen. 5 real concerts for a couple thousand people a night. All right, that's what I'm talking about, Bailey cheered. Our first stop will be in Burlington, Iowa, then Arkadelphia, Arkansas, Reuben said, pausing to take a bite of his cereal. Arkadelphia, Bailey said, passing a bucket of water to Reuben. Followed by Indianapolis, Indiana, and then a guest appearance at the Slim Pickens Theater in Branson, Missouri, and on to the wonderful city of Jackson, Mississippi, Reuben said. Alex picked up an apple, took a bite, and threw it into the juggle. Each band member took one bite of the apple and tossed it to someone else, confusing things even more. At this point, Reuben continued, we will hook up with a band of gypsies for an extended tour. Probably our backup band, Owen whispered to Alex. Alex smiled and nodded. We will travel with the gypsies to Akron, Ohio, Charleston, West Virginia, Charlotte, North Carolina, Buffalo, New York, Winchester, Virginia, and Petersburg, Virginia. Alex noticed that the washing machine was full and told his crew to stop. Owen glanced into the machine just as Reuben tried to hand him a bucket of water, but spilled it all over the floor. Alex slipped in the water and was hit in the head with the apple on the way down. I think the washing machine is as full as it's going to get, Reuben commented sheepishly. Owen helped Alex back to his feet. Let's start it up, Bailey said, shutting the water off to the faucet. Alex reached for the knobs and started the machine. The washing machine began to rock back and forth wildly. Bailey began to look at each of his friends in turn. Sorry, I also used a few other parts, he said hesitantly. No problem. At least it works, Owen stated. Now, we just need to add a little bleach, Bailey said. Alex reached for a full bottle of bleach and poured in the entire bottle. That ought to be enough, Bailey said, standing away from the machine's violent convulsions. Now, all we have to do is wait. Owen, Reuben, and Alex sat down at the table to finish breakfast, followed by Bailey. The washing machine seemed to grow louder, and Reuben had to yell to be heard over it. And now for the finale of our interminable tour. Lancaster, New Hampshire, Albany, New York, Providence, Rhode Island, and then we will top it all off in Jersey City, New Jersey. New Jersey? That's not what I anticipated, Bailey said. Reuben looked at Bailey. The only other choice we had was to help pick pink lemons for pink lemonade. The washing machine suddenly jumped 5 feet into the air, broke away from the wall, and began to violently bounce, charge, and buck all over the room like a wild beast, knocking itself into the oven, refrigerator, and dishwasher. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey sprang from their chairs and tackled the furious machine. They clambered to the top and were now riding atop the great bouncing white bull as it knocked over tables and chairs. Shut it off! Shut it down! Owen shouted as the mechanical beast swung itself into the living room. Alex pushed and turned every knob and button that he could find, but every effort seemed to be in vain. The washing machine twirled and spun around the apartment almost like a dance until it finally headed straight for the wall. The four friends jumped for their lives and turned to watch the huge machine smash through with the impact of an elephant sideswiping a car. The machine rumbled one last time, then fell silent. Reuben returned to his feet. So, anyway, what was the project that you were going to show me? He asked nonchalantly.
Track 6, Holonizer.
This is it, Owen declared, slamming a semi-large black circular pad down onto the kitchen table. The large, awkward device was about 2.5 feet in diameter. It was constructed with small lights and mirrors halfway around the outer exterior of the 4-inch thick black pad that resembled a small stage for marionettes. We now add power, Bailey said, unraveling a large black cord and plugging it into the nearest outlet. The small power generators from within the device slowly began to boot up, making a soft, high-pitched humming sound, while the lights in the room slowly began to flicker and fade until the room was completely dark. Bailey began pushing small buttons on a control board that extended out from the base of the large black disc. Owen cleared his throat. Gentlemen, The future of the music video is no longer in the future, but here, now, in this time, present to the world and a valuable present to ourselves. Gentlemen, Bailey boosted the power to full function. I call it the Holonizer. The four friends placed their protective goggles over their eyes as Bailey turned to a nearby computer and typed in a short command, and then turned back to the others. "Thumbprints, please," Owen said, watching Bailey push another button that activated 4 silver 1-inch plates that emerged from the side of the black pad with a clicking sound. The four friends stepped closer to the machine and placed their right thumbs on separate plates. Bailey threw another switch, and smoke began to rise from small holes built into the black disc. Small lights came on one by one, dim at first. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey stepped away from the smoking device and took up their instruments. Bailey adjusted his microphone. "Okay, now play," he whispered. The four musicians began to play very softly and watched the Holonizer intently. Owen gently plucked his bass. Reuben and Bailey played very smooth chords on their rhythm and lead guitars, and Alex softly tapped out a steady beat on his drums. Out of the smoke and colorful light that came from the unusual black disc came the slight mimic of the tune the four young men were playing. The four friends looked at each other in fabulous wonder that their invention might work, and then began to play louder. They cast their gaze back to the Holonizer just as 4 small holograms of Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey emerged out of the smoke in glorious song. Owen let out a laugh of delight, but continued to play. The music from the quartet filled the air, as well as the small holograms. 4 small holographic instruments suddenly appeared, and the holograms of Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey took them up and began to play and harmonize with their real-life counterparts, making it sound like a complete orchestra. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey stared at their tiny holographic friends in complete amazement and tried not to disturb their performance. Bailey stopped playing his guitar, followed by Reuben, Alex, and then Owen, leaving the little guys to do their thing. "They are better than we are," Bailey declared. "How did you do this?" Reuben asked in complete disbelief. "Basically, we just molded the light into our image. I'll explain the rest of it to you later," Owen answered. "This is totally amazing," Reuben laughed, putting his face closer to the black machine and gasped in awe. He delicately reached his hand through the smoke and gently lifted the fragile hologram of himself up and off the stage and sat him down in his other hand. The confused hologram cautiously glanced up, and when he noticed the huge stranger, dove out of Reuben's hand in total fear and shattered himself into 1,000 pieces. The small light particles that remained of the small Reuben formed a tiny whirlwind and reformed himself. The little guy kept performing with true valor, as if now unafraid. Reuben let out a tremendous laugh that caused the tiny hologram to shake. The holograms, in an attempt to drown out Reuben's laughter, began to sing a forceful, upbeat song that Alex had written 2 years before. "How do they know that song?" Bailey questioned. Alex shrugged. The Bailey hologram began to sing lead when a tiny microphone appeared. The tiny holographic 3-dimensional music video suddenly turned into a light pink, then light purple, followed by dark green and then bright red. The small holographic group then changed into ultraviolet, which made them disappear briefly. Then they returned as pure as white. This they did so fast that it gave the small foursome a strobe effect and made them appear in slow motion. The real Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey quickly moved closer to the complex machine to enjoy the show. The tiny holographic quartet was having a blast as they switched arms and legs with each other. They would change places in the blink of an eye and pass through each other. The Alex hologram knocked over his bass drum and used it as a trampoline, leaping high into the air. Bailey, Reuben, and Owen also joined in doing backflips and front flips, as well as passing through each other in mid-flight, all the while keeping perfect pitch. They stopped their flying act and began to change shapes, from short to wide, then tall to thin, with the flexibility of rubber. The hologram of Alex flattened out into a perfect circle, and the Bailey hologram used it as a spotlight, doing a short little dance, and then threw it like a frisbee against the wall, where he reshaped himself as Bailey's reflection and mimicked his every movement. Bailey grabbed his reflection and molded him back into Alex. The whole time, the instruments played on their own. The four holograms noticed this going on and changed themselves into instruments. The instruments, getting angry with their new challengers, changed into Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey. This became a war, and so they continued to switch back and forth from instruments to holographic singers, and from holographic singers to instruments, and so on, until the drum set had enough and smashed itself over Owen's head, shattering him into hundreds of pieces. The Bailey hologram retaliated by grabbing the small microphone and shattered the guitar that was trying to strangle Alex with a guitar string. This went on for 4 or 5 minutes until there was nothing left except a large pile of light crystals. All at once, the colorful crystals began shooting into the air one after the other, displaying the most beautiful, radiant, ear-piercing fireworks the real Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey had ever seen or heard. And with that, the show was over. Within 24 hours, word had swiftly gotten out about how the Oxy-Morons had revolutionized the entire music industry and reinvented the music video. The headlines in the morning newspaper proudly proclaimed, "Holographic hooligans muster up millions." Now that they were an ultimate success overnight and had a great deal of money in their pockets, played very little on their minds. All they really cared about was the new tour and entertaining people all over the nation, and soon the world. Their old job at the soda plant had been a wonderful opportunity, as any job is, but to them it was all about their dreams. Later that night, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey were standing in front of the mirror in the bedroom, admiring the new gray and black suits that they had just purchased, when Owen entered, wearing his old bright blue polyester suit that he refused to get rid of. Owen closed the door behind him, shutting out the sounds of the party coming from the front room. "What are you guys waiting for?" Owen questioned. "We're the guests of honor, and you have been back here for an hour." Bailey smiled. "We like to make an entrance." Owen walked to the mirror and began adjusting his blue tie. "I'll tell you what, though. It's really something out there. How many invitations did you send, Bailey?" Bailey looked at Owen in puzzlement. "I didn't send any invitations. Did you, Reuben?" "No," Reuben responded, puzzled as well. "How about you, Alex?" Alex shook his head no. "Then who are all these people?" Owen asked. "They probably came for all the free food," Bailey answered. Owen looked at Bailey. "How much food did you buy?" Bailey scratched his head. "I didn't buy any food. Did you, Reuben?" "No. Did you, Alex?" Again, Alex shook his head no. "What's going on around here?" Owen complained. "Who cares?" Reuben responded. "Is everything packed? Is my car loaded?" "We're taking my car," Bailey answered. "What about my car?" Reuben asked. "It's still stuck in that tree from the earthquake," Bailey said, combing his hair. "It will still run if we can get it down," Reuben said. "We only need one car anyway," Owen interrupted. He then turned to Bailey. Did you at least pack your stuffed animals? Right next to your inflatable 5-foot plastic snowman, Bailey responded. Did you feed the dog? Owen asked Reuben. We don't have a dog, Reuben replied. Well, remind me to pick one up. Bailey finished combing his hair and returned the comb to his back pocket. Okay, you guys ready? He said. Owen, Reuben, and Alex admired themselves in the mirror one last time. Good, Bailey said confidently. Let's mingle. In the front room, 2 men were hanging a large white banner that read, Welcome back and farewell. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey burst out of the bedroom wearing glorious smiles that were almost drowned out by Owen's over-illuminated blue suit. The crowd cheered wildly. Owen spoke up. Thank you. Thank you very much, he shouted, until the crowd became quiet. On behalf of ourselves, I would like to say that we haven't seen or met any of you before, and we probably never will see any of you again, which, from where I'm standing, is probably a good thing. Reuben pushed Owen into the crowd as the crowd began to cheer wildly again. Bailey, still standing in the bedroom doorway, tried to deliver his own speech. I would just like to take this opportunity to say, Fiesta! Party! The crowd cheered so loudly that the noise became deafening. In a sudden, mad rush, the crowd ran straight for Bailey and dog-piled on top of him. Oh, so that's why that idiot ended up playing lead, Owen said to Alex. He attracts the masses. Alex nodded. Bailey swam as hard as he could through the ocean of arms and legs until he reached the surface. Help! He cried. Owen, Reuben, and Alex helped pull Bailey free, then disappeared into the party. A guy could get used to that, Bailey commented quietly to Owen. Come on, let's go find someone to dance with, Owen stated, as the DJ in the corner fired up the music. Reuben walked over to the punch bowl and poured himself a small cup of red punch and turned around to see a very attractive young lady with long black hair coming toward him.
Hello,
she said nervously. Hi, Reuben replied. I don't think we've ever met. My name is Reuben.
Yes, I know. You're the one that invented the Hollenizer.
Reuben took a sip of his punch. Actually, it was mostly Owen, Alex, and Bailey's design, but I'm the one that made it all possible. The lovely girl took a step forward.
That's amazing. How did you do it?
Reuben began to grow nervous himself. Well, it's really very simple, he stuttered. What we did first was, take for example the punch that's in this bowl and the punch that's in this cup. Though they might be the same, they are not equal. The lovely young girl nodded as if she knew what Reuben was talking about. And let's say you have a handful of cookies and you wrap them in a napkin like this, and you crush and crumble the cookies in your hand like this, Reuben said, opening the napkin, revealing the cookie crumbs. Now the cookies themselves are as big as the chocolate chips. The lovely young girl gave another winning smile. Fudgelicious, Reuben declared. 2 other young girls approached Owen and Bailey.
Hello,
the girls said in unison. Hi, Bailey responded, floating on air. My name is Bailey, and this is my good friend Owen.
We definitely know who you are,
the first girl said with a giggle.
How do you guys sing so well?
We sing along with our car stereos. It's great practice, Bailey answered jokingly.
We really loved your first album, The Land of Suka. But your second album, Mr. Tibbs, was on the clock. Was even better.
The titles were my idea, Bailey said proudly. We were going to make them a double album, Owen added.
A while back, we went to a concert because we heard you guys were going to be the opening act. But when we got there, you didn't perform. What happened?
Oh, that, Owen said. They decided to make us the closing act, and everyone walked out. Alex approached a pretty young wallflower standing in the corner. he said quietly.
Hello.
The young girl responded. Alex froze. Had she understood him? Nobody but Owen, Reuben, and Bailey had ever understood him. He had to try again to see for sure. He said. The girl smiled.
You're a drummer? I love drummers.
Alex said with a laugh.
What?
She said. Alex walked away. Nope, false alarm. The music in the room suddenly became soft and slow. Bailey and Owen took the hands of their new dates and gently and smoothly danced over the floor, gliding off in 2 different directions. Reuben and his lovely new friend watched all of the dancing intently. The young girl began slowly dancing in place, and Reuben was about to ask her if she wanted to dance when Alex suddenly appeared from the middle of the living room, snatched the girl's hand, and pulled her out onto the dance floor. Hey! Reuben shouted. Reuben's anger was short-lived when a tiny old man tapped him on his shoulder. May I help you? Reuben said, a bit startled. I love art, the man spoke. Art? Reuben said, still confused. Why, yes. I am an art collector, and I have noticed that you have a pretty well-destroyed and bleached vending machine vest framed and hanging on the wall, right over here. Reuben began to laugh. Oh, yeah. You see, sir, that's Bailey's. The art lover began to study the piece. You named it Bailey? He interrupted. That's incredible. You know, this artwork is just screaming something to me. It's saying... The art dealer focused harder on the bleached monstrosity. It's saying, help me, I'm drowning? Reuben laughed again. Well, we may have filled the washing machine a little too... The art dealer suddenly cut him off again. It's very primitive, but the frame gives it a modern feel. 2 things going on at once. I like that. While Bailey and Owen were busy dancing, and Alex was busy dancing with Reuben's stolen date, as well as the wallflower that he met earlier, Reuben, now completely jealous, continued to negotiate the best price for Owen's destroyed vending machine vest. How much do you want for it? The dealer begged, almost on his knees. I must have it. I'm not sure that I want to sell it. I'll give you 1,000, the small man continued to plead. You don't understand. I simply must have it. 1,000? Reuben said, rubbing his chin. Primitive art deserves a primitive price. 1,000? Okay, it's yours. The art dealer leapt into the air with joy. Yes, yes, thank you, he cheered. He abruptly pulled out his wallet and whipped out 10 $100 bills. Here you are, $1,000. Happy spending. The small man then grabbed the destroyed vest off the wall, tucked the large frame under his arm, and dashed out the front door as fast as he could. Reuben was disturbed. He already had enough money from the invention of the Holonizer. What would he do with this money? He walked away, staring at the handful of cash, then lowered the bills from his face. As he did this, he noticed a little boy standing alone. Reuben folded the money up as tight as he could and knelt down in front of the small boy. Here you are, son. Give this money to your parents and tell them to start a college fund for you. If they ask where you got it, tell them your good friend Reuben gave it to you. The small boy took the money and tucked it into his pocket. Thanks a lot, sir. Reuben smiled. You keep those manners, Kay? The music played as loud as ever. The party-goers were now performing a beautifully choreographed number, dancing in miraculous sequence through the living room and kitchen. 3 beautiful girls danced and kicked their legs on the kitchen table before leaping into the air, whereupon they were caught by 3 gentlemen who released the girls in a standing position and then fell and rolled backwards in time with the music to do a series of flips to the other side of the room. The other dancers ran to the middle of the room, forming a star, followed by a circle, then other glorious patterns and designs. Meanwhile, guys outside the group found some old barrels that Bailey had found somewhere and began to log roll around the formation of the group while kicking up their feet and walking on their hands with remarkable balance and precision. Bailey began clapping his hands and stomping his feet. He couldn't hold it back any longer. He had to dance. He let the music overtake him and danced right into the middle of the group's latest formation. Owen watched a man that was hanging upside down by his knees from a light fixture that he had built out of lead pipe and copper wire. The man was swinging a lovely girl like a trapeze artist. He swung the girl by her arms, flipped her over, and caught her by her ankles. Owen was in awe. He applauded loudly after the stunt. Suddenly, someone yelled above all the music, bringing them all to a screeching halt. "They're giving away free money! Reuben is giving away free money!" Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey froze. They looked around in terror as people ran toward them and began to mob them. Bailey tried to scream, but was pushed aside as the crowd made their way to Reuben. Reuben could not utter a word as he watched the huge sea of humanity roll toward him. He flinched as the tidal wave of people overtook and buried him whole. Owen and Bailey held their breath and dove in, swimming and struggling through the people, trying desperately to find Reuben. They swam for what seemed an eternity until they finally located Reuben's half-unconscious body near several arms and legs. Owen and Bailey took hold of Reuben on either side and turned against the tide. They kicked their legs wildly against the current of the crowd, almost unable to breach the surface. Moments later, Owen and Bailey emerged out of the people like swimmers out of the water, dragging Reuben behind, gasping for air. Alex extended a long pole and pulled his friends to safety. "Are you all right?" Owen asked, as they reached the shoreline of the sofa. "Yeah," Reuben answered with a cough. "Let's just get out of here." The four young friends hurriedly made their way to the front door. Owen looked back at the mass of people gaining on them and screamed at his friends to hurry faster. "What about our apartment?" Bailey bellowed. "It's going to be trashed." "It's already trashed," Reuben called back. The friends dived out the front door, down the outside stairs, ran full speed to Reuben's car, jumped in, locked the doors, and took off to follow their dreams into the unknown.
Track 7, Freeman.
3 nights later, the boys found themselves in the maddening uprise of fame that the Holonizer had brought to them. This night, they would be performing for 15,000 people in upstate California. What made the boys really nervous was the fact that most of the crowd had been camping out for 2 nights just to get the best tickets when the box office opened. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey were not used to this kind of instant popularity, considering their last attempt at overwhelming fame had been somewhat less fruitful. This show had to be great, and each member knew how important it was. Reuben walked across the stage over thick black cables that Alex and Bailey had strung everywhere in preparation for the show, and peered slightly out from behind the red velvet curtain. He bit his lip nervously, watched the crowd chanting their names, and turned back to his friends, letting the curtain fall into place again. "Can you believe this?" Reuben said, tripping over the cables and catching his balance. "This show is so big." Bailey continued to straighten out a huge ball of tangled wires and was beginning to get a bit agitated. "I know what you mean, Reuben. It's as big as this mess," he said, throwing the wires down in total frustration. Owen finished tuning his bass. "Do you need help with that?" he stated, grabbing a handful of cables. "There is no help for this," Bailey shouted. Alex tried to help, but he himself became tightly tangled from head to toe in large cables and black wires. Reuben approached him and had him spin counterclockwise until he was eventually free. "We don't have time for this, Bailey," Owen grunted. "How come you didn't untangle this mess earlier?" "I tried to untangle this mess earlier, and I'm still working on it." The intro for the show suddenly echoed throughout the stadium. Alex dashed back to his drum set, while Reuben took his place at center stage. "Okay, guys, this is it. Let's show the audience what we're made of," Owen declared, letting a handful of wires fall to the floor. "I can't," Bailey shouted. "My electric guitar is all tangled up. I'm going to have to use my acoustic." He ran off stage and returned with the acoustic guitar that Alex had found at the soda factory. "An acoustic?" Owen shouted. "You can't—" The curtain opened, and the band struck the first few chords of their hit song, "Like the Rain, I'm Going Down." The special effects abruptly kicked in, and water began to trickle down from above. Bailey looked down at his feet and noticed that they were completely tangled in cables. "Oh no!" he cried. The water caused the cables to crackle and spark, generating blue electricity. The blue lightning rose upward over his entire body and shot out of his hair like tiny green garden hoses spraying blue light out into the auditorium. The crowd sat back in their chairs, scared and amused at the same time. Bailey's acoustic guitar suddenly began to wail electric music as blue electricity flowed from his fingers. "We love the light show!" several young girls screamed from the front row. Bailey began to shake and bounce uncontrollably all over the stage as the shocking blue waves continued to pour over his body. Owen flipped his guitar over, grabbed it by the neck, took his batter stance, and hit Bailey loose from the cables, sending him flying across the stage. The blue electricity exploded into yellow sparks, then faded out. Bailey lay unconscious in the corner of the stage as the last little bit of blue lightning that flickered in his hair faded out as well. The crowd leapt to their feet and cheered loudly. "An abusive act! We love it!" the girls screamed. Alex stood up from behind his drum set and looked down at Owen and Reuben. All three took a small, undeserved bow and without a moment's pause began to pound out the next song. After the show, the foursome bounced out the front doors long after the audience had left and made their way up the street. "That was a great show," Reuben sang out joyfully. Bailey's hair was still smoking from the once-in-a-lifetime performance, so he ducked into an outdoor restroom that was just off the sidewalk. "That was probably the best show we've ever done," Reuben confided. "Unbelievable." "Not for Bailey," Owen said. "Well, no," Reuben returned. He then noticed that an elderly woman down the street had gotten her dress caught in her car door and was struggling to get it free.
"Help! Help! Someone help me!"
she shouted in desperation. Owen, Reuben, and Alex approached the old lady and tried to open the car door, but found that it was locked and began to try the other doors.
"I locked my keys in the car,"
she said, frustrated. Reuben looked around and found an old rope lying outside a local store. He tied one end of the rope to the door handle and formed a lasso at the other end. He began to twirl the large loop in the air like a professional cowboy when a large semi drove by. Reuben let the rope fly through the air and snagged the truck's bumper as it continued on. The car door was ripped from its hinges, freeing the nice old lady. "We're really sorry about the car door. We'll be glad to pay for all the damages," Owen said.
"Don't worry about it. I have sources that pay for that kind of thing,"
the old lady said, patting Owen on his back. "Oh?" Owen responded. Bailey emerged out of the restroom with his hair neatly combed. He looked around and noticed his pals down the street and headed toward them just as Mr. Darwin and Ivan Washington pulled up to the curb from the other direction, parked their car, and headed unseen into the restroom. Bailey reached his friends. "What's going on, fellas?" he asked.
I'm looking for a gentleman named David,
the old lady said.
I have this box I'm supposed to sell to him.
She reached into her car and pulled out a small maroon box.
One of your names doesn't happen to be David, does it?
Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey were completely shocked. Something was wrong here. "You have a box that you're supposed to sell to him?" Reuben repeated, completely puzzled.
That's right. Are you David?
Yeah, sure, Reuben said, glancing to Owen for approval.
Good. I'm so glad that I found you. I mean, you found me,
the old lady said cheerfully. "May I ask you a few questions before he buys anything?" Owen asked.
Sure, anything you want to know.
"Who is having you sell this box?" The nice old lady took a look of concern.
I thought you gentlemen already knew this information. You are David, aren't you?
"Of course," Reuben said.
I must be going,
the old lady said, hastily walking away. "No, wait," Bailey shouted. "Of course we know his, or her," Reuben added. "Name," Owen finished. "Right, his or her name. We just forgot," said Bailey. "Slipped our minds," Reuben threw in. The old lady turned and began walking back to the boys.
What kind of agency forgets who they work for?
She said. "A lousy one," Bailey said.
Well, I'm not exactly sure about anything. All I know is I'm supposed to sell these boxes and give the money to Jim.
"Jim?" Owen asked.
Jim Freeman, that's all I know.
"Thank you. You've been a lot of help," Owen said, giving the nice old lady $25 and taking the box. The nice old lady smiled and walked off. Owen threw the box into a nearby trash can. Whatever these boxes are, they're illegal. "You're right, Owen. We need to find out what's going on here. This is definitely strange," Reuben said. The four friends made their way back up the street and past the restroom again. "Just a minute, guys. I'll be right back," Owen said, entering the restroom and walking over to the sink.
Do you think we'll ever find them?
Owen heard a familiar voice say. He paused for a moment. His brain searched his mental files for why that voice was so familiar. He turned to look, but both stalls were occupied. "Yes, we'll find them," the other voice said. "They're probably a lot closer than you think." Owen froze. That voice was too familiar. Both toilets flushed, and the stall doors swung open. Mr. Darwin stepped out of his stall and looked up toward the sink, almost in slow motion. Owen couldn't move.
Well, 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 if it isn't my good friend from O'Conley Real Estate,
Mr. Darwin said sarcastically, placing both of his hands on Owen's shoulders, then around his neck.
You set me up. You're nothing but a fifth-rate band.
Owen choked. I thought you were...
Dead?
Mr. Darwin added, leaning Owen over the sink and tightening his grip.
They'll never lock me up again. I'll always be a free man. A free man!
"Reuben!" Owen shouted. Reuben, Alex, and Bailey dashed in and then froze when they saw Mr. Darwin. Reuben choked. I thought you were... Dead? Ivan added. "Yes."
Well, I'm not,
Mr. Darwin growled. "Do something," Owen pleaded. "Rewind!" Owen cried. "Someone rewind!" "Let's recap," Bailey shouted. Owen walked to the restroom and to the sink.
Do you think we'll ever find them?
Owen heard a familiar voice say. He paused for a moment as his brains searched his mental file for why that voice was so familiar. "Mr. Darwin," he thought to himself. "Yes, we'll find them," the other voice said. "They're probably a lot closer than you think." Owen dashed to the door, flew out of the restroom, picked Reuben up, and ran down the street as fast as he could. Alex and Bailey ran after and tackled Owen from behind, sending them all tumbling to the ground. Bailey grabbed Owen by the shirt collar. "Snap out of it!" Owen began to breathe slower and slower, and then slowly became calm. "I'm sorry," he apologized. "What is going on?" Reuben asked. Owen stood up, completely calm now. "Mr. Darwin is alive and wants to kill us." "Do you think he's behind this whole maroon box thing?" Reuben asked. "Possibly," Owen answered. "He mentioned something about Freeman. I was too scared to remember what he said, but he must know something. We definitely need to look up this Jim Freeman guy. We have to find out what's going on." The four friends made their way down the street for 3 blocks until they found a payphone. They frantically began to rip pages out of the phone book until they found the one that they needed and took off running down the sidewalk, but returned shortly as soon as they figured out that they could make the phone call from the same phone. Reuben picked up the receiver and dialed the number listed on the extra-thin paper. He immediately listened to the phone ring, then finally gave up and hung the phone back up. "There's no answer," Reuben stated. "That's okay," Owen said. "His address is right here. Why don't we pay this Jim Freeman a little visit?" Later, the Oxy-Morons, dressed like little old ladies, made their way up the front steps of Jim Freeman's home. Reuben adjusted his red floral dress and rang the doorbell. The friends heard some movement from within the house, and a tall, dark-haired man opened the door.
"May I help you?"
Jim Freeman asked. Why, yes, you can," Bailey said in his best elderly voice. Are you Jim Freeman?"
"Yes, I am."
"Oh, good, sweetheart. We thought we were lost for a minute," Bailey continued. "Didn't we, ladies? South 3rd Street and North 3rd Street are practically the same thing to us," Reuben said with a slight feminine chuckle. "Why, I once lived in a little white house on South 3rd Street. Why, I can remember one time when—" Now, Ruth," Owen interrupted. "You never lived in a little white house on South 3rd Street. You lived in a little white house in South Dakota." "Oh, yes, that's right. Thanks, Olivia." Bailey began to share glances back and forth between the other three and Jim Freeman. "Come on now, ladies. We are getting this nice young man all flustered. We come to his door to ask his assistance, and you go off telling your life stories, the whole time disturbing this man from his household duties. Why, he's probably right in the middle of mopping the floor for his beautiful young wife."
"Sure thing, lady. Now what can I do for you?"
Jim Freeman scoffed. "Well, we don't want to bother you," Owen said.
"Too late. What do you want?"
"You see, sir," Bailey continued, "we never received the boxes that we were supposed to sell."
"You won't receive your packages until the meeting."
"The meeting?"
"Yes, the meeting next Wednesday."
"Next Wednesday, you say?" Bailey said.
"Right, next Wednesday. We will meet at the WCF warehouse on Price Road. I've really got to go now. My wife really wants me to get back to work,"
Jim said, sarcastically, slamming the door in their faces. "Wait, sir!" Owen shouted. Bailey turned to face his friends with the aura of revenge circling about him. "The young whippersnapper," he declared. Lowering his voice back to its original pitch, he added, "We've got him now."
Track 8, Ploy.
Reuben and Bailey looked down from the rafters of the WCF warehouse and were completely mesmerized by the sight before them. Hundreds and thousands of nice old ladies had flooded the vast warehouse and were standing in long lines, waiting to be handed a single box. Then they would gather in groups in different areas and start chatting about gossip and all manner of elderly things. Bailey's mouth dropped, and he almost fell off the overhang to which they had wormed their way. "Wow," Bailey exclaimed. "Would you look at this? There must be thousands and thousands of old ladies here." "I think we've discovered a new underground operation. This is so big," Reuben said in shock. Bailey pulled out his camera and began to take pictures. His finger flew nervously up and down, hitting the button in the camera at a mile a minute. "I'm glad I have a zoom lens," he said, continuing to take pictures. "Turn the flash off or you're going to give us away," Reuben said excitedly. "Sorry," Bailey sounded off, but he couldn't pry his finger off the button. He had to keep taking pictures. This was the photo opportunity of a lifetime, so he continued to work the shutter of the camera at a grueling pace. Reuben pulled a red bandana from his back pocket and tied it around the flash on Bailey's camera as he continued to take picture after picture. "Where did you get that?" Bailey asked. "After I lassoed the semi, I felt I should have a red bandana." Bailey didn't feel that he should respond to that because that made as much sense to him as Owen having a vending machine vest. Reuben watched as Bailey's picture-taking became faster and faster. "Are you almost done yet?" he asked. Bailey ended his photo session abruptly. "Yep, that should be enough," he said, putting his camera down and pulling out his walkie-talkie radio from its clip on his belt and fumbled to get it to his mouth. "Only the grain in the wood runs up and down and in circles," he spoke. "What?" said Owen's scratchy voice from the other end. "Only the grain in the wood runs up and down and in circles," Bailey repeated. "Come back on that. That makes no sense." Bailey sighed. "We've got the pictures. Meet us in the parking lot." "Oh, yeah, okay, that's where we are now." Reuben and Bailey cautiously climbed down from the rafters undetected and made their way to the indoor parking lot where they met up with Alex and Owen. The foursome then made their way down the row of parked cars, checking all the trunks until they found a car that they liked. Owen threw off the black backpack that he had been wearing, knelt down, and began to pick the lock. The trunk flew open, and without saying a word, Alex threw Owen's backpack in and crawled in after it. Reuben slammed the trunk shut. "It's all up to you, Alex," he said, giving the trunk a friendly tap. "How long will it take him to develop the film?" Bailey asked. "Time. He'll need time," Reuben responded, sounding overly dramatic. Bailey began to bang on the trunk. "We'll keep watch for you, Alex. Don't worry. We're here if you need anything, Alex. If you need anything, just let us know." Reuben jumped and covered Bailey's mouth. "Quiet! What do you think you're doing?" Bailey didn't respond. He just sat down on the cold, hard cement floor and soon fell asleep in the middle of an oil stain. As time passed, he awoke to the sound of Reuben drumming a quick, steady beat on the trunk of the car. Reuben quickly stopped tapping, but the drumming continued. Bailey realized that it was Alex's signal for his release. Owen pulled the picks from his pocket and set to work on the locks, taking a bit longer than he had the last time. The trunk once again flew open and Alex jumped out. Reuben turned to Bailey and began to laugh. "You fell asleep in an oil stain, didn't you?" he snorted. Bailey began wiping off his face. "How did this oil get here?" he said, realizing that it had been a dumb question. He pointed directly at Reuben before he could give a cute answer. "Don't you dare answer that. I already know what you're going to say. I just didn't want to sound stupid," he said, slipping in the oil stain and landing flat on his back. Reuben exploded with laughter. Alex quickly discussed the outcome of Bailey's negatives with Owen and returned his backpack to him. "Great news about the film, guys," Owen said, interrupting Reuben's hysterical laughter. "I'll tell you about it later, but first let's get out of here." Owen, Alex, and Bailey took off running, leaving Reuben behind in side-splitting laughter that had him flat on the ground in an uncontrollable fit, rolling in the oil stain. A couple of hours later, the four stood at the head of a long table in the boardroom of the police station. Seated at the table was Police Chief Larkin, a couple private detectives, and a couple other officers standing at the door. Owen spoke first, bringing the meeting to order. "Gentlemen, what you are about to see will shock you. It may even give you a reason to run out of the room screaming. Well, maybe not, but we do have something that you have never seen before. A complete underground world of crime and violence that has gone on right under your noses, probably unseen by any man until now. The police looked at the others in confusion. Gentlemen, Owen continued, my friend Bailey has been interested in photography all his life, and sometimes gets a bit carried away with his picture taken, and at times it's very obnoxious. But he did a fabulous job this round. He took so many pictures that it equaled out to be 24 pictures in 1 second. Enough for about 5 minutes worth of film, which was the perfect amount of time for my friend Alex to develop and to be used on a film projector. Give us one more day and we can burn the film onto digital video. Yes, give us one more day and it might be too late.
Go ahead, start the film,
the chief ordered. Lights, Owen shouted. The lights dimmed and the shaky color footage flickered on the wall. The film showed the hundreds of old ladies receiving their packages and standing in line talking. At one point it showed Jim Freeman himself. That's him, Bailey shouted, pointing him out to the police. The film ended and the lights came back on.
Well, boys,
Chief Larkin said, rising from his chair.
It looks as if you've stumbled onto something.
Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey swelled with pride and appeared that they were about to burst out in glorious song.
There might be something going on, but this film is really not enough evidence.
Not enough evidence? Owen questioned.
Like I said, there must be something going on, but there might not be,
the chief said, pausing to think.
Cyberboard components, I've never heard of that. It might not even be illegal, or it might be, who knows. But we're very glad that you brought it to our attention. We'll certainly look into the matter.
Bailey leaned over the table. We know it's illegal, he shouted, and it probably has something to do with the whole Mr. Darwin escape.
Possibly, but we'll look into it.
Look into it? Reuben repeated.
Yes, that's right.
The chief nodded. Not enough evidence?
Right.
More evidence?
We'll look into it.
Thank you.
More than welcome.
Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey picked up the film projector and solemnly walked out of the room.
Track 9, The Rapitu Excursion.
Are we there yet? Bailey asked from the back seat as the quartet crossed the Arizona border in close pursuit of Jim Freeman's car. Almost, Owen answered. The Grand Canyon is still only 1.5 miles away. I haven't been to the Grand Canyon since I was a little boy, Reuben said, just as Owen's cell phone rang. Owen tossed his phone to Reuben, whom was sitting in the front passenger seat. Can you get that? I'm driving, Owen said, not taking his eyes off the road. Reuben put the phone to his ear. Hello? He said.
Hello, boys.
Miss Will's voice sounded from the other end. Oh, hi, Miss Wills. What did you find out for us?
I went to my regular bingo game last night, and rumor has it those maroon boxes contain components to something called Delta modules. Lucille told me that Jim Freeman had once been in a convenience store and noticed the Ripple potato chips had been packaged in Michigan. And even though he was in California, when he opened the bag, he was actually getting a whiff of Michigan air. With this in mind, he decided to manufacture his own potato chips somewhere in the central United States and fill the bags with deadly gas. After the couch potato public had been destroyed, his plan was to eventually take over the world.
Miss Wills said in a panic. I knew this was big, Reuben said. But what does that have to do with the light that bounced out of the box?
All Lucille said was that type of light is some sort of platifold light, which is a new form of electricity that can power large machinery. But don't rely on my word. All I know for sure is that gas they are using to kill people is called moonbeam film, which will knock you out faster than regular deadly exhaust.
What does that mean?
It means not only does it kill you, but it freshens your breath and keeps your teeth sparkling white.
Wow, you did a great job, Miss Wills.
Never mind me,
Miss Wills said, as concern crept into her voice.
You boys be careful.
We will. Where did you say he is manufacturing his potato chips?
Nobody knows for sure. That is top secret. We believe that it is somewhere in the central United States, probably Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, or Arkansas. Are you still following Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, Reuben said. We have been for 2 days now. He just crossed the Arizona border.
Like I said, you boys be careful and hurry home.
I promise we will. Bye, Miss Wills.
Goodbye, boys,
she said, hanging up the phone. Reuben did the same and handed the phone back to Owen. Look out! Bailey suddenly shouted. All at once, Jim Freeman's car spun a J-turn in the middle of the lane and headed straight for them. He's on to us, Reuben shouted. Alex panicked and leapt into the front seat, grabbing the steering wheel. Owen tried to fight him off and swerved across the other lane. Alex screamed. Owen accidentally slammed his foot down on the accelerator instead of the brake. And as if in slow motion, the car crashed through a thick metal railing and plummeted straight down into the depths of the Grand Canyon. The car rolled and eventually came to land right side up at the bottom of the steep cliff. We're here, Owen said calmly. The four friends slowly poured out from the car in a daze and quickly gathered their senses. Is everyone all right? Reuben asked. We're fine, Bailey answered. Alex reached back into the car and pulled out their instruments and 4 black backpacks full of supplies. This is all they would have left to their names for a while. They would buy more supplies and food very soon. Within minutes, a small procession of tourists and donkeys came along. You fellas need help? The tour guide asked. Owen looked at their car, which was now in complete ruins, then turned his attention back to the 5 tourists and noticed that there were 2 extra donkeys, straggling behind the group's sturdy mules. How much do you want for the 2 donkeys? The tour guide looked at the donkeys. You want those old things? They ain't worth nothing. How much? 100. Owen pulled $100 from his wallet. A piece? The tour guide added with a snicker. Owen pulled forth another $100, walked over and handed it to the man. Here you go, he said, and with a quick slap to the rear of the donkey, the tour guide was quickly whisked away down the trail, screaming for the donkey to halt. Reuben laughed. Donkeys are just as stubborn on the run as they are to get started. The tourist sneered at the 4 young men and quickly followed their guide. Reuben winked at a cute blonde girl as she rode by. The girl smiled bashfully and proceeded on. Isn't life sweet? Said Reuben, climbing on the same donkey as Owen. That it is, Owen responded. The rocks in this canyon are stunning. Oh, yeah, that too. Alex and Bailey climbed onto the other donkey, and together the 2 animals began walking up the trail for the top. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey continued to follow Jim Freeman on their donkeys through Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas over the course of several weeks until they arrived at the Gulf of Mexico. They had heard several days ago that he was about to perform a rare stunt called Rapitu diving, and they were about to try it as well. The quartet tied their donkeys to a chain-link fence beside the tarmac at the airport and climbed aboard a small white 2-engine plane, which took off from the runway and within minutes was out over the ocean. The boys sat nervously within the small craft, preparing to jump. They had parachutes strapped to their backs and water skis strapped to their feet. Something wasn't right about this. The only thing somewhat understandable was the matching black diving suits. The plane pummeled back and forth from the heavy turbulence. With each little bump and shake the plane made, The four boys focused that much harder on their stiffed nerves. Bailey leaned over to Owen. "First time, huh?" "Last time, I guarantee it," he said as his voice cracked. "It's not bad after you get used to it." "What are you talking about, Bailey?" Reuben said. "You've never jumped from a plane in your life." "I've watched it on television. That's the same thing." The instructor walked out of the cockpit. "Okay, you guys ready?" "No," Owen answered. "Great," the instructor said. "What we're going to do today has only been tried a handful of times, so I'm praying for you." The instructor sat down and picked up a large stack of papers. "What you are going to experience this morning is called rapid diving. You will start by jumping out of the plane at 10,000 feet in the air and end up 60 feet below the ocean's surface. Let me explain how this will work. First, you will jump out of the plane as if you were skydiving." "We know," Owen said nervously. The instructor continued to speak. "Below your parachute pack is another specially designed pack. As you get within 800 feet of the ocean, you will see a large group of balloons filled with helium that are attached to a rope, which, in turn, are attached to a boat. You will then descend further, grab the rope in midair, and attach the main hook on the rope to your belt." The instructor grabbed Alex's belt and showed everyone the fastening loop. "When this is accomplished, release the balloons from the rope and continue down. The boat pilot will tow you in about 200 feet above the water. When you reach this altitude, release your parachute and let it fall into the water. After this is done, pull the ripcord on the smaller pack. When this chute opens, it will clue the boat driver to take off. You should, at this point, be parasailing." "Should?" Owen questioned. The instructor did not respond. "You will continue on along the water, enjoying the sights until you reach point 7A. This is where the main boat is stationed. It has several of my colleagues aboard to assist you if need be. Just ignore the boat. As you draw nearer to the water, the crew will reel you in further until you are just above the waves. It is important that you immediately release the parasail. This has to be done before you enter the water, or the chute will fill with water and take you under." The instructor looked at the skis on Alex's feet. "After the boat has stopped and you dive in, place your feet out in front of you, and when the boat picks up speed again, you will be water skiing. After several minutes, the boat will circle back to the main boat and prepare you with diving gear." The pilot of the plane blurted his rough voice out over the intercom. "If all is ready, I'm beginning to circle now," he said. The instructor set his stack of papers aside and stood up, walked over, and slowly opened the plane's door. The whole time, Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey could feel their stomach twist up in ultimate fear. Finally, the door opened and a huge gust of wind blew in and sent the instructor's papers flying all over the cargo hold. But the boys didn't care. They were too busy thinking about how close to death they were. "So we will be skydiving, parasailing, water skiing, and deep-sea diving all at once," Bailey confirmed. "Right. Who is first?" The instructor shouted over the loud noise that the wind had been making. The four friends looked at each other, but Alex knew he was first. He cautiously stood up and approached the door, scooting his large, awkward skis along the floor. He could feel the wind hard against his body, beckoning him to jump, almost daring him. Alex suddenly felt the instructor shove him from behind and no floor beneath his feet. His eyes clenched tightly shut, and he opened them at once. He looked around and noticed that it was not so bad. All fear for now had vanished. The only thing to do now was follow the instructor's directions as closely as possible. He fumbled around nervously until he found and pulled the parachute ripcord and watched a brilliantly red parachute open and catch the wind. After his falling slowed, he took a moment to look around in all directions, but could see nothing but ocean. Not a sound could be heard except the low rumble of the wind in the chute and his skis. He tried to look up to see if the others had followed, but could see nothing but red fabric. Below, he caught sight of the 4 clusters of balloons that stood out from the surrounding blue. They were red, yellow, orange, and green. The instructor hadn't mentioned which group of balloons he was to go for, so he decided to go for the green because it would be the most difficult to see next to the blue ocean water, and this would allow the easier ones to be left for his friends. Alex neared the balloons. He circled his parachute to the left and turned hard into the wind, allowing himself time to momentarily hover and grab the rope just below the 4 large 7-foot balloons. He then cast himself back along the steady stream of wind that briefly worked against him, and abruptly released the balloons, allowing them to sail delicately off into the vast blue sky. He quickly snapped the rope to his belt and searched the buckles that held the parachute to his body, pulled a specifically made release latch, and watched his parachute fly off in search of the balloons. Alex was amazed. If he had known that it would be that simple to release his chute, he never would have jumped in the first place. He fell briefly and waited a second longer for his chute to clear, then pulled the ripcord to his parasail. The next chute snapped open and was similar in many ways to his parachute. Alex suddenly felt a sharp tug on his belt and quickly realized that the boat below was reeling him in. He descended to the appropriate height and relaxed to watch the calming waves out on the ocean and feel the warm sun on his skin. "Attention up there!" someone shouted from below, interrupting his thoughts. Alex looked down at the small boat and noticed a man standing on the deck, talking into a bullhorn. "Attention up there," the man repeated. Alex waved to the man, who kindly waved back. Alex was quickly distracted from the man below as 3 other boats pulled up alongside of him, with Owen, Reuben, and Bailey parasailing behind. He was quite relieved to see that his friends had made it. They waved back wildly because they were out of yelling distance. He waved back. "When I count to 3, the man bellowed from below, "dive in and we will stop the boat. When you are ready, we will have your water skiing in no time. Got it?" Alex gave another thumbs up, took a deep breath, and waited. He felt himself being lowered even further. The man on the boat paused for a minute and began to count. 1, 2, 3. The boat stopped. Alex released his chute and dropped fast into the cold water. He sank fast and tried to look around, but could see nothing. He blindly grabbed the rope that was still attached and began pulling hard until he finally reached the surface. The fall from the sky had left him a bit dazed, but he positioned himself with his feet out in front of him as he had been instructed. Before he could think another thought, the boat took off again, pulling him to his feet. He was unsteady at first, but quickly got the grasp of it and was soon sliding over the smooth waves like a professional surfer. All too soon, the ride came to an end. Alex quickly grasped the rope and pulled himself back toward the boat, hand over hand, until he arrived a short distance away. He had never felt so happy and alive. He was just a few more feet from the white, bobbing boat when 4 men dived in with scuba equipment and surrounded him. They removed his parachute equipment and replaced it with scuba gear, as fast as a pit crew at an auto race. "You ever been rapatouing before?" one of the men asked. Alex wanted to say no, but nothing came out. He just shook his head. "I can tell you're enjoying yourself." The 4 men finished changing his gear. "There you are, all set," another man said. "Your friends are a few yards away at the other boat. Go ahead and swim over and meet with James. He is the dive leader. He'll take care of you." Alex turned around and watched Owen swim up to the main boat where Reuben and Bailey were. Alex began kicking his feet, struggling with his new flippers, and eventually made his way to his friends. He was about to ask how it went when out of nowhere a man popped up from beneath the water. All four friends jumped, but quickly realized the man was James. "Good day, mates," James said, taking off his diving mask. "Lovely day out, eh?" Reuben admired his Australian accent. "Sure is," he said. "Okay, gentlemen, what we're going to do today is go diving. Have you ever been diving before?" "No, not until today," Owen responded. "What?" James said. "I haven't been diving. Well, no time for a crash course now. I've got a luncheon in a couple hours, so just hang in there, watch for sharks, and I'm sure you'll get the gist of it in no time. Here we go, hang on, mates." And with that, James disappeared under the water, followed shortly thereafter by a very confused band. The four friends dove as deep as they could through a thick, dark mist that clouded the water and made it almost impossible to see. Alex pressed forward through the thick cloud, catching quick glimpses of Reuben's flipper, and prayed that he knew where he was going. He suddenly remembered that the four men back at the boat had fastened a small light to his diving mask. He reached up, flipped the switch, and watched the light reflect off the debris in front of his face. It sure didn't help much. The entire crew continued downward, and then, as if by magic, the huge cloud parted, and the four friends found themselves in an all-new world. A new world that had yet many new things left to be discovered. A world of waving blues and greens that blurred the rocks that surrounded and protected this fragile new heavenly paradise. The four friends dived deeper still until they came to an unusual coral reef that had many kinds of various plants and small fish. The entire scene made Alex happier than he had ever been. He gently reached out and touched a very delicate plant that to him resembled a Venus flytrap. The small plant shuddered and pulled itself back into a small crack in the rock. James began to wave, and the entire band turned to see what he was pointing to. He arched his arms to show them that the coral reef sloped upward and wanted everyone to follow him to more shallow waters. He turned sharply, and with a twist of his flippers, ascended rapidly, then suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. He flipped himself over with the grace of a porpoise and glided back to deeper waters in a desperate fit. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey watched him swim past and motioned for them to get out of there as soon as possible, just as a large black shadow befell them and darkened the vast underwater valley. The panicked friends looked up toward the surface and saw a gigantic silhouette of a ship that was about to crash into the coral reef. James soared downward, with all four band members close behind. The five men came to a cave and dived in, not caring what lived there. They swam to the darkest depths and huddled in a black corner, listening to the ship tear across the sharp rocks and feeling the vibrations surge through their bodies. After the vibrations had subsided, the five men waited another few minutes and then slowly and cautiously emerged from their shelter. James took off faster than before, leaving the scared band to catch up. The friends pushed themselves off the rocks to gain speed, caught up with him, and swam back to the surface through the thick fog that was now darker than before. Alex couldn't see any reflection from his light. The fog was quickly becoming black. The five men broke the surface in unison and threw off their masks. They could not believe what they were witnessing. "It's an oil tanker!" James shouted. The massive ship had a huge rip down the starboard side, 75 feet long, and was spilling thousands of gallons of oil into the water. James turned to the bandmates. "I have to set the ship on fire so that I can stop the oil leak before it destroys all the plants and animals." He then swam toward the ship. "What about the people?" Owen shouted. But it was too late. James was out of range. "He may be a very smart man, but he has no common sense," Reuben said. James swam to the edge of the thick oil that was floating in the water, pulled out a magnifying glass that he used to admire all of the small fish and plant life of the ocean, and angled it toward the sun until smoke began to rise. Suddenly, flames burst forth from the oil. To Alex, it appeared as if the water was on fire. All at once, the flame soared, and a spark flew into James's face. Flinging himself around, he rolled into the dark, rich oil, thrashing wildly. He disappeared under the waves of petroleum, and again bobbed back like a cork, completely covered in the black residue. Another spark suddenly ignited his clothing. "He's on fire!" Bailey shouted. The four friends swam to the fire's edge. Braving the intense heat, they reached in and pulled James out of the raging inferno. His body was completely covered in flames. Reuben and Alex dunked him under the water in hopes of extinguishing the flames. James popped back up, unconscious, but the flames were out. "That was close," Bailey said, as James burst into flames again. Reuben and Alex tried several more times to dunk James under the water, but each time James returned to the surface, he would burst into flames again. "It's no use," Owen shouted. "We have to get him back to the boat." Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey put their diving mask back on and dove under the water, dragging James behind. The journey back to the main boat seemed like an eternity until Alex caught a glimpse of the bottom of it through a school of fish. The four friends kicked their legs harder and jutted upward to the awaiting craft. The men on the boat looked shocked as Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey effortlessly hit the water's surface. "Why are you back so soon?" one asked. "We ran into some trouble," Owen said. "James is unconscious." The men helped pull James on board, then gathered around him to perform CPR. At that moment, James burst into flames. The men jumped back in terror. "What the heck happened down there?" Bailey said nothing. He jumped on the boat and began to beat James with a wet towel.
Track 10, Ricochet.
The next day, Galveston, Texas. Mr. Darwin and Ivan Washington drove slowly through the parking lot of a local grocery store until they happened to notice an available parking space some distance away. Mr. Darwin started to pull in, but stopped short.
"Oh man, I hate those confounded small cars,"
he cursed.
"Their bumpers don't extend out far enough. They deliberately park behind large vans knowing full well that anyone else that comes along will think it's an empty space."
He slammed his car into reverse, backed up 10 feet, maneuvered the gear shift back into drive, and plowed his car into the rear bumper of the small car, causing the driver's side door to fly open. Mr. Darwin laughed with an eerie squeal and rapidly leapt from his car like an evil dignitary, then calmly walked across the lot and glided through the automatic doors, heading straight for the cereal aisle. Ivan grabbed a shopping cart and found Mr. Darwin in the middle of the aisle, ripping apart cereal boxes and dumping the contents all over the floor. "What are you doing?" Ivan asked.
"I'm taking the free toy prizes out of the cereal boxes,"
Mr. Darwin said, grabbing Ivan's cart and throwing in a handful of toys. The store manager suddenly ran around the corner and stopped. "May I help you, sir?" he said, with a hint of anger.
"I'm just taking the free stuff."
"You can't do that," the manager shouted.
"If it's free, then there's no problem."
"It's free with the purchase of the product."
I think you're trying to pull something,
Mr. Darwin said. The manager got on a nearby phone and called security. Ivan shied back into the gathering crowd as if he were nothing more than a customer watching the giant charade. The security guard soon appeared and pulled out his gun. Mr. Darwin looked at him scornfully.
A gun for such a small offense?
I know who you are. Get down on the floor. He took a few steps forward to press his luck. The guard did not flinch. Mr. Darwin raised his arms as if to give up when, with one quick movement, he slid his right index finger behind the trigger of the gun. The guard tried to fire his pistol, but Mr. Darwin now had it locked. The security guard and the manager took off running, leaving the gun in the cold-hearted man's possession. "What's going on here? What's all the commotion?" Bailey said, pushing his grocery cart around the corner through the crowd. "We need to get a box of Firecracker Crunch. Excuse us," he said politely. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey pushed their way through the crowd and stopped. Mr. Darwin threw a box of Firecracker Crunch into their cart and pointed the gun directly at them. He scanned the crowd and noticed Ivan slowly edging his way out of the area.
Where are you going?
He asked. "I have some very important business that I have to take care of. I'll meet you tomorrow at the spot." He turned, ran out of the store, and down the street. Mr. Darwin shrugged and led the four boys out of the store and stuffed them into his trunk.
You should never rewind a story. It makes things very difficult.
For the next half hour, the car flew down various dirt roads until it came to stop. The trunk flew open, and Mr. Darwin dragged the boys out one by one.
On your feet,
he ordered. The four friends had no time to ask questions, as he led them at gunpoint into a silver building that stood about 3 stories high and appeared to be made out of solid steel. "What are you going to do with us?" Bailey asked, terrified.
Nothing. I want you to mow the lawn.
"Mow the lawn?" Owen questioned. Mr. Darwin continued to lead the boys through 2 solid steel doors and down to a beautiful, vibrant green lawn. The boys were perplexed. They looked up at the high steel walls and followed them up to the adjoining silver steel ceiling. The large doors slammed shut behind them, causing a deafening thunder to roar throughout the strange building. After the noise had subsided, the boys noticed a single riding lawnmower sitting in the middle of the grass.
"Get on,"
Mr. Darwin ordered. The boys walked over and climbed aboard. Owen sat in the driver's seat, and the others hung on to wherever they could. Alex whispered. "You're right. I don't like the looks of this either," Reuben replied, swallowing hard. Mr. Darwin walked across the grass to the other wall and climbed a thin ladder to a small balcony, just under the ceiling. He threw a few switches and the lawnmower started up on its own and began to cut the grass at 4 times the speed of a normal lawnmower. The band began to panic. Something was not right. Mr. Darwin threw 2 more switches and 4 large doors on all sides instantly opened and began to fill the huge chamber with rocks. "Oh no!" Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey cried. "I hate running over rocks with a lawnmower. Don't do this to us!" Owen bellowed. Mr. Darwin laughed and fled the building. "Turn it off!" Bailey screamed. "I can't! I've tried!" Owen returned. Alex climbed out onto the hood in an attempt to cut the power to the engine. "Be careful," Owen said, standing up. All at once the engine died and the lawnmower came to a sudden halt. "What happened?" Bailey asked. "There is a safety release under the seat," Owen said. "When I stood up, the lawnmower figured I fell off, and it shut down." Reuben breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "At least OSHA did something right for a change," he said sarcastically. The large room continued to fill with rocks as Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey ran for their life across the thick grass and scaled up the thin ladder. "I can't stop the rocks," Bailey yelled, flipping every switch on the control panel. Let it go, Owen shouted. Try to open the door so we can get out. I've tried every switch. There's nothing left. Alex suddenly noticed a small blue box on the wall that resembled a telephone and pointed it out to Reuben. I'll call for help, Reuben shouted, approaching the box. But he could find no receiver. Wait a minute. What is this thing? He said. Bailey came up from behind him. Maybe it's Morse code. He began to press several of the buttons. What are you typing in? Owen asked. O-S-O, Bailey responded. O-S-O? Don't you mean S-O-S? Owen said. S-O-S? What's that? Save our souls, Owen answered. Then what is O-S-O? Our souls okay, Reuben threw in. But I thought it meant... At that moment, the door that Mr. Darwin had brought them in through suddenly opened. Who cares what you thought it meant? Let's get out of here, Owen yelled. The four friends slid down the thin ladder, over the pile of mounting rocks, and out the open door to freedom, just as it closed behind them. Now what do we do? Bailey questioned. We left our donkeys in front of the grocery store. I'm sure that our donkeys will be fine, Reuben said. Most people give puppies and kittens away in front of grocery stores. Perhaps someone will give our donkeys a good home. He's right, Owen said to Bailey. But for now, we need to find out where we are. Find a motel room and then send you to a car dealership to buy a new car. Bailey was excited. I'll pick out a cool one, I swear. Owen looked over the surrounding nothingness. They were lost for the second time since the earthquake. Well, here we go again, he said, walking off toward the west. Ivan Washington ran over the small hill from the grocery store and soon found a payphone. He deposited his money, dialed the number, and listened to it ring 5 times. Hello, he said, after the man at the other end answered. Is Jim Freeman there? Oh, hi, I didn't recognize your voice. I will get that information you wanted typed up on my laptop and send it to you as soon as possible. No. Nobody else knows. Just me. I'm the only one who knows about this. Yes. I won't tell anybody, not even my closest friend. All right. Goodbye.
Track 11, The Day the Car Drove Off.
7 days later, Midland, Texas. Mr. Darwin sat impatiently in the booth of a small restaurant, staring blankly into his glass of water. After a few disgruntled seconds, he looked up at Ivan, who was sitting across from him.
Does this water look soapy to you? Does this water look soapy to you?
He shouted repeatedly. The waitress looked over, hesitated, then approached the table. May I help you? She said sheepishly.
This glass is soapy,
Mr. Darwin advised. We washed it.
Yeah, and it's still being washed. Could I possibly have a different glass?
Yes, sir, the waitress said, taking the glass and walking off to the safety of the kitchen. Mr. Darwin sat back in the soft padding of the booth and snuggled into the orange vinyl.
The only tip I'm going to leave this place is a note saying get a dishwasher.
Across the room, the television began showing a news broadcast that immediately grabbed Mr. Darwin's attention. And now in entertainment news, 4 kids that we haven't seen for a while, the Oxy-Morons, have done it again. Yes, our favorite band has now brought the video world to its knees. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey have invented the first ever 3-dimensional music video. The video is a 1/24th replica of the performers themselves that appear in the form of a solid hologram. We have with us today the inventors of the video, Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey. Hi, fellas. Hello, Owen said. We're certainly glad to be here today. We've had some recent trouble in the past, but so far things are going extremely well. Mr. Darwin choked.
Blasted.
Can you tell us more about the holographic music video? It's not so much a music video, Bailey said. It's something new, something revolutionary. We hope to revolutionize the entire television and movie industry, Rubin added. What is the best part about your new fame? The news anchor asked. Bailey chuckled. As celebrities, we don't have to dress up for Halloween. We can go trick-or-treating as ourselves. The news anchor turned back to the camera. Smaller versions of the holographic video will go on sale sometime next week. Just how the holonizer works is a secret the Oxy-Morons are not willing to reveal. For now, they are the only performers to produce the three-dimensional video. But we should start seeing some of our favorite performers with their own 3D videos early next spring. As for now, Owen, Rubin, Alex, and Bailey are full swing on a cross-country tour. Now, thanks for joining us, guys. Thank you. Mr. Darwin jumped out of the booth, almost knocking the table over.
I can't believe it. Those guys are supposed to be dead. I rubbed them out myself.
Ivan stood up. Calm down.
How do you expect me to calm down?
Mr. Darwin shouted louder.
I'll find those guys again. And when I do...
He took a seat again and pondered the evil thoughts that raced through his tiny brain.
So, my little friends are on tour. Well, I'm going to make sure that they never finish that little tour. I'm going to make sure they never do another song, another concert, another video.
Three-dimensional video, Ivan added. Mr. Darwin glared coldly at Ivan.
I'll follow them to the ends of the earth if I have to.
What about our theme park? Aren't we going to continue our plan with the Buckleys and build the theme park?
No, this will be better. We'll get to see more of the country this way.
I agree, Ivan said, almost laughing.
You should agree. It's brilliant,
Mr. Darwin said. Brilliant, Ivan repeated.
Absolutely.
Absolutely brilliant, Ivan said.
What did you just say?
Mr. Darwin asked, cupping his hand behind his ear. I said it was absolutely brilliant.
Thank you,
Mr. Darwin said. An old, worn-out pickup truck chugged its way down the road, carrying an assortment of farm animals, including goats, chickens, one small cow, and 3 pigs. The truck began blowing an excessive amount of smoke from the rear exhaust, and came to a stop at the entrance of Happy Harry's new and used car lot. Bailey jumped out of the back of the truck holding a brown chicken and thanked the kind old man that had been driving, then bounded over to the nearest car on the lot and examined the wheels. Across the street, Mr. Darwin and Ivan pulled up and parked alongside the curb. There's Bailey, Ivan pointed out. Do you want to knock him off now? He asked, still staring at Bailey.
No, not yet. The time has to be right,
Mr. Darwin responded calmly. He put his binoculars to his eyes to get a better look. A friendly-looking salesman with a fake smile approached Bailey and grasped his hand in a firm handshake. I'm so glad you dropped by. What may I do for you? He said, maintaining his fake smile. Some friends and I are looking for a new car, Bailey said, petting the chicken. Like I said, I'm glad you stopped by. This is our 5th anniversary, so we have to practically give these cars away. But not quite, huh? No, we can't actually give the cars away until our 30th anniversary, the salesman responded with a fake laugh. Bailey set the chicken down and it took off across the parking lot. We had a pretty bad mishap with our last car. We ran it into the Grand Canyon. I've done that once or twice, the salesman said with another fake laugh. If you'll follow me, sir, I think I've got just the car for you. The salesman led Bailey to a small, dumpy orange car hidden at the corner of their property. How about this car? Doesn't matter what you do to it, it will always look like junk. Bailey reached in his pocket and pulled out a huge roll of cash. No, I had something else in mind. The salesman's jaw dropped, allowing his obnoxious smile to disappear. I had something else in mind as well, right this way. Bailey again followed the salesman toward the main showroom that was within a beautiful circular glass building. The magnificent structure had a high roof and was outlined by gray bricks that artfully enhanced the delicate large windows. Bailey could only find the glass door among all of the other windows because he noticed the handles and the white print on the door that read push and pull. Bailey entered the building and marveled in delight at all the gorgeous cars and automobiles. Some were raised on pedestals and others were in lower-level carpeted pits. The entire place was covered in thick red carpet and had a new car smell. Bailey loved it and deeply breathed it in. The salesman led him to 2 wooden doors. "Right through here," he said, grasping the golden handles on each side of the door and swinging them wide open. Bailey entered the much smaller room and began walking across the white tile floor, noticing a beautiful car in a lower-level pit, with spotlights shining on it, and reflecting off its very shiny red paint. Bailey was speechless. It was the most beautiful, luxurious car he had ever seen. The salesman walked past the car and entered the pit from some steps that had been hidden on the other side. "This is our latest model," he said. "It is a Magna A1. There were only 3 of these models made. Handmade, I should say. We received this one yesterday, so we think of this one as our little baby." Bailey walked closer but stopped at the velvet ropes that surrounded it. He remained speechless and gazed at it in wonder, not blinking. "Would you like to get in and get a feel for it?" the salesman asked, opening the driver's door. Bailey nodded. Still not saying a word, he jumped over the rope, landed in the pit, and gently climbed in. Over the next half hour or so, the salesman showed Bailey every feature which the car was equipped. "She has your air conditioning, heat, and your 8-disc CD change player in the back. USB ports and all the electronic technical stuff. Comes with everything." "You know," Bailey said, "I want something so fast that no cop's scan gun can pick it up. In fact, when it goes by, I want it to suck the cop right off his motorcycle, spin him around in midair, and have him blame it on a tornado." "I guarantee that under this frame lies a monster," the salesman said, rather amused. Bailey smiled. "Like a jet engine on a chainsaw." "Right. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. Check this out." The salesman, who was now sitting in the passenger seat, reached over and flipped a small switch under the dashboard. With an electronic hiss, a giant screen lowered from beneath the dash and lit up. It showed an image of the entire world. The salesman then opened the glove compartment door down flat to reveal a small keyboard. He typed some quick commands, and the image on the large screen began to zoom in on the United States, then Idaho. Bailey could now see the small roads and highways that ran all over Idaho like small veins. The salesman continued to type in a few more commands, and the image of Idaho continued to zoom in until Highway 93 was isolated. The salesman then went as far as to show Bailey a small dirt road that was located 7 miles to the east. He typed in more commands, and the screen continued to zoom in until Bailey could see the gravel that lay on the road. It zoomed in further until they were watching a trail of ants make their way across the road. The salesman typed in more commands, and the screen went black. "That's all for now," the salesman said, shutting the glove compartment. "You can experiment later, after you purchase the car." Bailey longed to see more. "How did you do that? What was the image of the world for?" "Very simple," the salesman explained. "This vehicle has every street, road, highway, freeway, turnpike committed to memory, like a giant road map." He then began to gently rub the screen. "This cute little baby can drive completely by herself, so that you, the driver, can take a nap or play a game of chess with someone in the back seat. It's up to you. This car is completely guided by satellite. What I was showing you there were pictures from space. This guides your car down the road and acts like the vehicle's eyes to help it steer around any obstacle in the road. We also have motion detectors on the front bumper for extra security. As Bailey and the salesman continued to talk, they were unaware that Mr. Darwin was watching their every move. He had moved in unnoticed and stood ferociously quiet in the doorway, twisting a knife nervously in his hands. He was about to strike when a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, sir," the voice said. Mr. Darwin spun around and noticed another salesman standing there. He growled impatiently, hiding the knife. "We noticed as you walked in your pet chicken followed you." Mr. Darwin looked down ungraciously at the brown hen in the man's arms. "We're sorry, sir, but we can't allow pets in the building, especially chickens."
Of course.
Mr. Darwin said. He took the chicken, walked out of the building, and returned to the car. "Well, what did you find out?" Ivan asked, watching Mr. Darwin throw the chicken into the back seat.
They're buying a new car, a Magna A1. We'll wait until all four of them are together in the car and stage a little accident,
Mr. Darwin said, slamming the door and speeding away. Bailey beamed. "I'll take the car. No need to go talk to the mysterious manager in the back room you must discuss things with when you are pretending to negotiate the price. I will pay for the whole thing right now." He closed the deal within minutes and soon found himself proudly driving his new car into the cheap motel his friends had found. Owen, Reuben, and Alex walked out of room 12, just as Bailey pulled up to the curb. They were awestruck by the absolute power and beauty of the new car. They had never seen anything like it. Bailey opened the door and strutted out of the car like a proud parent. "Well, what do you think?" he asked. Owen, Reuben, and Alex rushed over to the car. "All we can say is, wow!" they cheered. Bailey showed his friends the car's many fabulous features, including the fact that the car was automatic. "Automatic?" Reuben questioned. "It's not an automatic. I can tell that it's a 5-speed from here." Bailey smiled. "True, Reuben, my boy, but just flip this little switch right here, and it's instantly automatic. It can drive all by itself, all over the world." Owen, Reuben, and Alex were ecstatic. "Wow! All we need now is a luggage rack on top of this car, and we'll have everything," Reuben said. Owen gave Reuben a puzzled look. "You can't put a luggage rack on a roof of a beautiful piece of machinery like this." "We have to put the luggage somewhere. There's no trunk." "Au contraire, Owen, my fine young lad," Bailey said, flipping another switch. Tiny lines in the roof slowly opened, revealing a silver chrome luggage rack that purred with a soft robotic hum until it was fully visible and affixed to the top of the car. "State-of-the-art luggage rack," Bailey proclaimed. Owen placed one hand on his cheek, astonished. "That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen." That night, as the moon shined brightly through the trees, Bailey joyfully photographed the car under the glimmering streetlights. "Hey, Bailey," Reuben shouted from the motel room, "where is my piggy bank?" "What do you want that for?" Bailey returned. "We need some quarters for the ice machine." Bailey placed the camera strap around his neck and ran back into the hotel room. 2 notorious local car thieves had seen the Magna A1 pull up and approached it quietly. The first thief, wearing nothing but black, reached for the door handle and silently opened the driver's side door. He wistfully gave the second thief a sarcastic smirk and motioned for him to make sure the coast was clear. Both men pulled their ski mask down over their ugly faces, almost as an afterthought, and began to hotwire the car as fast as possible. The motel room door swung open and Bailey dashed out. "Where are you going now?" Owen shouted from inside. Bailey stopped and turned back to the door. "I just want to take one more picture of it." The second criminal peered over the top of the car. "Tony! Tony, someone's coming!" he shouted, silently. "Shut up! I've almost got it!" the first thief called back from underneath the steering wheel. "You've used 25 rolls of film already," Reuben yelled. "Let me finish this roll with night shots," Bailey pleaded, like a begging child. "Tony, he's got a camera!" The first criminal looked out the car door. "What?" he asked. Suddenly the car started, revved its engine, and took off, throwing the two criminals across the street and out of sight. Bailey spun around and watched the car speed down the street. "Ah! My car!" he cried, as a realization of what happened hit him like a rock. "Come back! Don't leave me!" He reached for his camera and began rapidly taking pictures until the car disappeared around the corner. The car was gone. Bailey collapsed to the ground and snapped one last picture of his tear-stricken face. The other 3 band members burst out the front door and ran toward Bailey. "What happened?" Reuben asked before they reached him. "Has someone stolen the car?" Owen asked, looking down the road. "They tried, but the car escaped." Reuben placed his hands on his hips. "Just think," he said, "that car is probably going to drive down every street in the United States." Bailey stood up and wiped a tear from his eye. "Yes, Reuben? Yes. But I believe in my heart that she will return to me someday. I shall be waiting with open arms and a fresh can of oil in my hands, and maybe a little turtle wax. Yes, Reuben, the day will come when we will see each other in the distance, and we will run toward each other, and I will jump out of the way so I don't get run over. Then we will be together again." Owen, Reuben, and Alex tried desperately to hold back their own tears. "I don't think I can go on," Reuben said with a quiver in his voice. "You must, my friend," Bailey said solemnly. In the park a few blocks away, a homeless man lay asleep on a park bench when his blanket was ripped off. He fell from the bench and looked up to see Mr. Darwin laughing hysterically.
"You won't be needing this,"
Mr. Darwin snickered. Headlights suddenly befell him, and he turned to see the Magna A1 turned down a side road.
"They're leaving,"
he shouted, stuffing the dirty blanket into Ivan's arms. "What?" said Ivan, a bit confused.
"The Oxy-Morons, they're leaving."
The two men took off across the park, jumped into their own car, and quickly gave chase.
Track 12, The Echo Bandits.
The hot Texas sun beat down on the small traveling band as they made their way on foot through a very small, uncharted desert. But what bothered them more than the ferocious sun and no vehicle with air conditioning was the fact that they had temporarily lost the trail of Jim Freeman. Alex placed his canteen to his lips and anxiously waited for the sensation of cool water to flow down over his parched lips, but instead felt the gritty sand pour into his mouth and scrape against his teeth. He gagged and spit the rough sand to the ground. Reuben and Bailey double-checked their canteens. They had nothing left either. "We're all out of water," Reuben pointed out. "Let's stop right here," Owen responded. He set his backpack down, pulled out a small spade, a large sheet of clear plastic, one small cup, and a long red straw. Within minutes he had dug a large hole with the spade and placed the small cup in the center of the hole. He then inserted the long red straw into the cup and covered the entire hole with the sheet of plastic, leaving the top part of the straw exposed. He momentarily left and returned with a handful of rocks. He placed all but one of the rocks around the edge so the wind would not blow the plastic away, and the last tiny rock he placed onto the center of the plastic, allowing it to droop 6 inches above the cup. "What are you doing?" Bailey asked. "Getting us some water." Maybe we should just tap into a cactus with a water spout, Bailey added. Owen did not respond. How does it work? Reuben asked. The water will evaporate from the soil, hit the plastic, and run down into the cup. As the cup fills up, we will all take turns drinking from the straw without disturbing the plastic. The distillation makes the water safe to drink. How can you be dumb and smart at the same time? That is why I am an oxymoron. The four friends sat around the hole waiting for something miraculous to happen when they heard a bottle of whiskey open. Bailey pointed to the hole. It's working! I can hear it! A small shuffle sounded from behind. All four friends jumped to their feet and spun around into the faces of 50 men on horseback. The closest man, whom was wearing a well-worn brown cowboy hat, threw the open bottle of whiskey directly into Bailey's hands. Bailey looked at the bottle and returned it to the man. Sorry, we don't drink, unless you have some water. The desperado looked as if he wanted to talk, but dared not. He motioned for the man on his right to give them his canteen. Bailey took the large canteen and swallowed large gulps of cool water until his thirst was satisfied, then passed it on to Alex, and then Reuben. All 50 men abruptly raised and cocked their guns. Owen swallowed his last mouthful of water, dropped the canteen, and put his hands in the air. Y'all know, the first outlaw spoke. The outlaw was then repeated by every other in turn until each outlaw had uttered the words, Y'all know? You be trespassing. Again, he was repeated by all 50 men. Owen leaned over to Bailey. When more than one Texan sticks to the same story, you know you're in trouble, he whispered. Bailey tried to subdue his laughter. The bandits stared at the four strange kids, whom just returned the gaze for a minute or so as a cool breeze gently began to blow from the west. A very small bandit squeezed his small pony through the crowd, reached into his dirty little pocket, and pulled out 4 blue bandanas. He dismounted his pony, walked behind the boys, and began to blindfold them. I'll take the cleanest one you got, Bailey said, smartly. You'll take what's given to you, the little man said. He flinched as the rest of his posse repeated him one by one. Where are you taking us? Reuben asked in panic. None of you's business, the tiny outlaw declared. Now follow us. He turned to look at his friends until they had finished repeating him, then turned back to the young band. We can't follow you, Owen said. Why not? The little man asked. His friends repeating him again. We can't see, Reuben reminded him. The little outlaw ordered 4 of his friends to pick them up and ride them back to camp on the back of their horses. After several bumpy minutes and 10 rounds of the song Row, Row, Row Your Boat, they finally arrived. The crowd that stood in the middle of camp consisted of 250 outlaws, bringing the number to an even 300. The crowd parted, and the 4 friends were shoved from the horses and their blindfolds ripped off. The 4 young friends dusted themselves off and noticed the disgustingly dirty, rude, vile, vicious lead bandit standing before them, not saying a word. He did not look amused. Owen tried to ease the tension by being the first to speak. Howdy, he said. The lead bandit's stare burned through him. Owen felt as if he had said enough and let Bailey try. Howdy, partner. You're kind of new around these parts, Bailey said, trying to fit in. The lead bandit put his face inches from Bailey's, and the 2 of them stared at each other eye to eye. Bailey could sense the eerie, murderous tendencies. He tensed and backed off, taking his place near Owen. You got farther with them than I did, Owen whispered. He's big, was all Bailey could say. Reuben paused and then cautiously took his turn. Hi, my name is Reuben. You've met Owen and Bailey, and that's my friend Alex. I must say that suit looks stunning on you. You have got the whole leather thing going on. It hangs on you well. The lead bandit pulled out his gun and stuck it between Reuben's eyes, still not saying a word. Reuben fell back into line. That compliment didn't go a long way, did it? He choked. Alex knew he had nothing to say. Before they could think another thought, other bandits grabbed them, sat them on the ground, and tied them up. "Go get the other prisoners," one shouted, repeated by the rest. Another bandit left and returned shortly with 4 lovely girls. Reuben recognized one of them as the girl that had punched him out on the front steps of the soda factory. "Hurry and tie them down," then repeated by the others. "Hurry and tie them down! Hurry and tie them down!" "You'll never get away with this," Bailey shouted to the lead bandit. "Unhand me." He was about to rattle off every other cliché when he was interrupted by the outlaw that had brought the girls. "Save your breath," bellowed the bandit. "He's deaf." "And don't expect no answer," said another desperado. "He's also a mute." Reuben spoke up. "A deaf mute? How did he become the leader if he's a deaf mute?" "He's big." "He's big," repeated half of the outlaws. "He's big," repeated the other half. The outlaws finished tying the 4 singers and the girls back to back when the tiny bandit walked up and began to fidget with his oversized gun. "Gentlemen, and ladies, of course, my name is Enoch Ludwig Freelander, or Elf for short. Let me explain what you saw here. First, you never, ever trespasses on the Echo Bandit's land. It's simple as that. We don't mean yous no harm. We don't intend to hurt or rob yous fine folks in any way. We just intends to tice yous up and kindly transports yous off our land. Now, if you'll kindly just signs this here release form that my friends is passing round, that simply states, we did nothing to harm you during your short stay with us, just in case something were to happen to you out in the middles of the desert. We'd appreciate it greatly." The other outlaws repeated his speech word for word, even saying the name Elf. The outlaw with the release form handed it to Owen, who struggled to get his hands through the rope to sign it. Reuben turned his head toward the beautiful young lady that had been tied back to back with him. "Hello, my name is Reuben Jones, and this is Bailey Moore," he said, motioning to his left. "And over there is Alex Neal and Owen Marks. What is your name?"
My name is Destiny, and this is Vanity, Chastity, and Love," she said.
Reuben was smitten at the sight of the 4 beautiful girls. Destiny had strawberry blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes that sparkled in the sunlight. Vanity had bright red shoulder-length hair and large green eyes that had an air of mischief and slight greed about them. Chastity was the youngest and kept her blonde hair up in a ponytail. And Love appeared far more sincere than the others. She had dark hair that hung down past her ears and seemed to have a personality that you couldn't help but love.
"You look familiar. Do I know you?"
Destiny asked. "Sort of. You gave me a black eye in California."
"Was that you? I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you."
"No, don't worry. You were right. We should have been carpooling." Destiny giggled.
"No, it wasn't that. I had just broken up with my boyfriend, and I had been in a bad mood for a couple days."
"Are you still single?" Reuben asked boldly. Destiny turned around as much as she could.
"Yes? Why?"
"Would you like to go out sometime?"
"Okay."
Reuben's heart beat wildly. He had met the girl of his dreams. Life could not get any better than this. The outlaw shoved the release form in Reuben's face. "Sign this." Reuben was smiling from ear to ear. "Thank you, I'd love to." The outlaw was getting angry. Something was wrong with this boy, but he wasn't sure just what. He had to put a stop to this troublemaker right now. Bailey cut in. "How did you get the name Echo Bandits?" The outlaw relaxed a bit. When our leader became deaf, we got into the habit of repeating ourselves. Now it's just what we do all the time. I guess you can call it our trademark. He turned to the 300 other bandits. "Isn't that right?" he shouted. There was nothing but silence. The outlaw glared coldly at the 8 strangers. "Right," he said softly. "Right," the other outlaws sang out in a glorious men's chorus. Elf suddenly stepped into view. "Now, let me ask you a question. Why in the blue hills of Kentucky are the 8 of you roaming around out here in the desert?" The 8 hostages scooted across the ground until they got closer to the tiny man. "We can't say just yet," said Bailey, "but don't eat any bags of potato chips until you hear back from us." Elf pointed his oversized gun directly at Bailey. "Cut your horse, Puck. What do you want from us?" "We're looking for a man named Jim Freeman. It's a matter of national security." "I don't know no Jim Freeman. What other story you's got for us?" "No, you don't understand. You see, we're performers, singers. We just wanted—" "You wanted to perform, didn't you?" Elf interrupted. "Well, who's stopping yous? Sing!" "Sing!" the other outlaws echoed. Elf put his gun back into its oversized holster. "We haven't heard from the ladies yet."
"We want them to sing,"
the girl said eagerly. "Then sing they shall. Gentlemen, to the stage."
"Sing, sing, sing."
Several outlaws escorted all 8 hostages to a rickety old broken-down wooden stage in the center of the camp. The lead bandit untied them and led the 4 boys up 3 steps, showed them to their places, and took his place at center stage. He mimicked an elaborate introduction silently, but no words left his mouth. Alex was the only one that could understand him. The crowd cheered wildly and fired their guns into the air. The bullets showered back down on them, taking out 27 outlaws. But it remained unnoticed, and the crowd continued to cheer. As soon as the lead bandit exited stage left, Owen took his place in the center. "Hello, everybody, and welcome to Texas. We would like to thank the Echo Bandits for giving us no choice but to be here tonight. But before we begin, we would just like to ask the audience if we could have some instruments." An outlaw spoke up from the front row. "We left their instruments back in the horses. Give them ours." A large group of bandits swarmed the stage like angry bees, giving Reuben an acoustic guitar, Bailey a banjo, Owen a fiddle, and Alex a hollow log. Bailey gawked at his banjo and watched Reuben tune his guitar. "I can't play the banjo. Trade with me," he said desperately. Reuben looked at him briefly. "Just fake it," he mumbled under his breath. All at once, the crowd began to chant, "Better not mess up or we'll skin you alive." "I thought you were just going to escort us off your land," Owen said. "We lied," repeated by the others. "We lied! We lied!" The 4 young friends just about lost control, but figured that music might relax them. It was all they had left. "1, 2, 3, 4, Reuben said. The 4 friends began to play awkwardly at first. Bailey fumbled around with the 5 strings on his banjo, hitting sour notes repeatedly. Owen, Reuben, and Alex tried their best to cover up his mistakes, but at many times were having troubles of their own. Reuben was strumming his guitar beautifully. Owen was holding his fiddle like a ukulele and plucking it like a bass. And Alex, who had never played a hollow log before, was trying to figure out where to tap it to get the best sound. Slowly but surely, Bailey began to improvise and ad-lib his way through most of the song. Owen turned to Alex and Reuben with an evil smirk. Each instantly knew what he was thinking. They quit playing simultaneously, leaving Bailey to do a solo. Bailey was suddenly left cold. "I hate you guys," he mumbled. He looked out over the vast crowd of homely outlaws clapping along joyfully and realized he had been hot all along. His friends returned to the song with a musical crash. The outlaws cheered louder. Bailey's entire mood changed instantly. He began to play the banjo as it had never been played before. His fingers flew over the strings, making it sound as if it were two separate banjos. At the same time, he tapped his fingers on the hollow frame, almost like a drum. It was beginning to sound like a one-man band. The music began to tickle his ribs. He looked out over the audience and could see each outlaw's individual face and feel their temporary joy. He felt open and free. Only when he began to sing did the taste of the words pour over his tongue like Pop Rocks candy. The song played on, rocking louder. The vibrations from the cheers and Alex's drum shook the stage until it almost collapsed. The smell of wood and metal was in the air. The Oxy-Morons were in their element. All too soon, the group soared through the final chorus, and with a mighty drum roll by Alex, the song came to an end. A huge, deafening applause arose from the outlaws, repeated by more applause and cheers. The band members took their bows. Slowly, the wild applause died out, and Owen took center stage again. Thank you," he said graciously. "For our next number, we'd like to make a short wardrobe change behind that distant hill of sand over there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back." The boys set their instruments down, jumped off the stage, and ran straight for the large sand hill. When they arrived, they quickly dived behind it and stopped to catch their breath. "There's the horses and our instruments," Owen pointed out. "Okay, here's the plan. We grab the instruments, steal the horses, and rescue the girls. Then we will ride off with a band of angry bandits on our heels until they catch us and crush us like sand beetles. Got it?" "Yeah," Beetle said excitedly. "I got the rush." "When we are far enough away from the outlaws, we'll ride straight to our next venue in Oklahoma, and we'll start looking for Jim Freeman after the show." "Let's go," Reuben said. Owen glanced around the hill at the awaiting outlaws. "Ready? Go!" As quick as a flash of lightning, the boys swiped their luggage and backpacks from the ground, mounted the horses, bounded over the sitting bandits like a series of hurdles, swept the girls off their feet, rode to the edge of camp, and stopped. The bandits paid no attention and remained sitting. Alex and Bailey looked at each other in confusion and slowly rode back to the camp with the girls protesting all the way. The outlaws didn't bother getting up or moving. They didn't even look at Alex or Bailey. It was completely silent. Alex and Bailey pranced their horses around trying to make the bandits flinch. None did. They made the horses rear up and stomp their hooves on the ground. Still, the bandits remained motionless and silent. Reuben shrugged. "Come on, guys, let's get out of here," he said calmly. Alex and Bailey returned to the edge of camp and everyone switched horses until all was comfortable. Reuben and Destiny rode one horse. Bailey and Vanity rode another. Alex and Chastity rode the third, while Owen and Love rode the fourth. Just as they were about to leave, Bailey reached down and grabbed the hat of the nearest bandit out of spite and took off full gallop after his friends, crying, "Yee-ha-ha!" all the way. Elf couldn't take it anymore. He leapt to his feet. "I hope the sun burns the desert sand into glass and your horses slip," he shouted. He turned quickly to the lead bandit. "Why don't we do something? I mean, they done stole Ed's hat." The spokesman for the lead bandit tipped his hat back. Well, why should we? All we wanted was for them to get off our land. They did it the easy way. We still have the release form, and they feel like they outsmarted us. Everybody wins, he said, placing his hat back down over his eyes and lying back as if he were going to sleep. Everybody wins, Elf echoed solemnly, sitting down again and watching the 8 strangers trot off into the desert.
Track 13, Destiny.
Mr. Darwin and Ivan were in close pursuit of the empty Magna A1 and crossing the Nebraska border when Ivan's cell phone rang.
Who is it?
Mr. Darwin asked. Oh, it's just personal business, Ivan said, climbing into the back seat and speaking softly into the phone. Mr. Darwin looked ahead down the road as the Magna A1 began to pull away.
You're mine,
he mumbled, flooring the accelerator. What's going on, Jim? Ivan asked.
I just wanted to report that everything is running smoothly,
Jim answered.
The Delta module is operational and has filled over 100,000 bags of potato chips with poisonous gas. The trucks will start delivering them by the end of next week. You will be king of the world by next month.
Good. Was every maroon box accounted for?
All but a couple.
Which ones are missing? Jim took a second to think.
The most important one contained color platifold light, which was the power source for most of the module. But that's okay. We overrode most of the system with our Mascon program.
What if it fell into the wrong hands?
I don't think it would matter. There is not much you can do with it. Most people wouldn't know what it was and throw it away.
I hope you're right. The Oxy-Morons, along with their new girlfriends, rented a Zolo-Sawintele bus. Nobody knew how to spell it, but they did know it was named after a very rare hairless Mexican dog. A local cowboy named Shrug had been hired to haul the horses in his trailer for 10 cents a mile, or 9 cents a kilometer, whichever came first. Riding through Arkansas into Tennessee, the group rode in style and comfort, but were still miffed at the fact that they had lost the trail of Jim Freeman, and it had yet to be found. Okay, we're splitting up, Owen said. No, Bailey cried. This can't be the end of the group. We're just hitting our stride. We're not splitting up the group. We're just going to take a day off and relax. Just remember to keep your eyes open for potato chips. The remainder of the day was filled with fun, romance, and a long-needed break from the shows that they were performing every single night. Owen and Love rode their horses to the Tarou Ordure, a fancy French restaurant that sat on the outskirts of Ashport, Tennessee. Owen gave the valet a gracious wink, handed the reins of his horse to him, and dashed inside before the bewildered valet could say a thing. The doors of the Park City Mall burst open from the impact of Bailey and Vanity's horse. The horse bucked, and the twosome went flying through the air and skidded across the white marble floor with a swoosh. Vanity jumped up without skipping a beat and visually admired every store, then made a mad dash for the nearest one. She motioned for Bailey to quickly follow. "Wait," Bailey shouted. "You need any money?" Vanity stopped immediately, ran back and grabbed Bailey's wallet, then ran back to the store. "Good idea," she yelled, disappearing inside. Good idea for what? Reuben and Destiny sat quietly in a small table at the corner of the Mars Dance Club and looked out dreamily at the dark dance floor. Glitter trickled down from above, landing on the heads of the dancers as they kept time with the music and created a light show all their own. Reuben grabbed Destiny's hand firmly and pulled her out onto the dance floor. Destiny did not hesitate and followed Reuben through the crowd to the center of the floor. Reuben grabbed her and pulled her tight. He found his own time to the music and twirled Destiny around to his other side and turned her loose. She spun in a graceful circle and returned, throwing her arms around his neck. Reuben grabbed her waist, arched her back into an artistic dip, then gazed deep into her deep blue eyes. The mood was suddenly broken with a sound of shrieking.
Oh my, oh my, oh my! It's Reuben Jones!
A woman screamed a few feet away. She stumbled backward into a group of friends and passed out cold. Reuben looked back into Destiny's eyes, but the mood was gone. He returned her to her feet, and both began to watch as the woman began to recuperate. Alex and Chastity had found an old broken-down car that overlooked the freeway and tied their horses to the bumper. They looked out at the hundreds of red taillights and yellow headlights and wondered to themselves about each car and the lives that it contained within. It was bittersweet to see the cars disappear over the hill and know that they would never see those people again as long as they lived. Alex said.
Yes, it's a lot more fun than looking out over the city lights,
Chastity said, with a comforting smile. Alex could not believe it. Chastity understood him. She really understood him. It was real. That evening, as the clock struck the 11th hour, Reuben and Destiny, Bailey and Vanity, Alex and Chastity, Owen and Love, walked through the crisp night air discussing the day's events. At the stroke of midnight, as the day had come to an end, the boys stepped up to their new loved ones and gently caressed each girl's lips to their own. The next 60 seconds seemed like an eternity, but as the clock displayed 12:01, the guys took the girls by the hand and wandered back to return the horses to Shrug the Lug. Mr. Darwin continued to chase the fleeing car through Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, until he passed a farmer's cornfield where a massive film crew was setting up to do a video shoot. What's going on over there? Ivan said, just waking up from his nap.
Looks like they're filming a movie.
Ivan rubbed his eyes. It can't be, he exclaimed, his eyes popping wide open. What? Ivan pointed out production trailers that the men were unloading. Look! Mr. Darwin looked harder and read the side of the trailer. Large, bright blue letters suddenly stood out before his stunned eyes. It read, Oxy-Morons Video Productions. The Oxy-Morons are filming a video over there, Ivan shrieked. Darwin slammed on his brakes and let the Magna A1 escape for the first time in days. I see them! I see them! Ivan shouted.
This can't be possible. I haven't let them out of my sight.
But I see them. They're over there. Mr. Darwin looked and saw all 4 boys dancing and singing in front of several cameras.
Blasted!
He cursed. He gave very little time for respective thought and floored his accelerator full throttle. He plowed through the barbed wire fence like an angry bull and whipped through the production crew, sending camera operators, assistant directors, and extras scampering for their lives. He crashed through a table full of donuts, smashed several lighting fixtures, and tore onto the set. Security gave chase on foot, but it was too late. Mr. Darwin collided into the 4 boys, sending them over the top of his car. He quickly spun around and noticed all 4 boys lying unconscious on the ground. He throttled his engine again and raced toward them, running them over without the slightest bump being felt in his car. We won! Ivan cheered. We got them! Mr. Darwin stopped the car and got out to admire his evil deed. He saw Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey lying in pieces on the ground. Cut! The director cried, running out with tears in his eyes. He bent down, picked up Bailey's face, and began to chip away at it. The face was made of what appeared to be glass. The director choked. That was the most beautiful scene I've ever directed. This video will be legendary. It was worth the price of those holograms.
Holograms?
Mr. Darwin shouted angrily.
They tricked me.
There they go, Ivan shouted. Mr. Darwin turned to see the Magna A1 driving down a small road on the other side of the field. He dived back into his car, tore through 7 more acres of valuable corn, and quickly began to give chase again. This time he would not stop until he had gone to their real funerals. Perhaps he would even bring lilies. That would be nice.
Track 14, Frozen Fish.
The 8 somewhat rested travelers, ready for more excitement, came to the city of Richmond, Virginia, and entered the nightclub, The Danger Zone. They walked to a table in the corner when Reuben noticed a small holonizer on one of the other tables they passed and pointed it out to Alex. The team reached the table they were walking to and found a small blue holonizer of their own. The machine, though it was small, took up a good portion of the table and had a few extra strobe lights around the outside that Owen, Alex, and Bailey had not installed in the original design. Coming out from the side was an illuminated coin slot. "Who's got 75 cents I can borrow?" Reuben asked. Bailey reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of coins, and dropped them noisily onto the table. "Where did you get all that?" Owen asked. "I never spin coins. It's more impressive to spin bills." Reuben picked out 3 quarters from the pile and inserted them into the machine. The holonizer slowly started up and 4 tiny holograms appeared and began to play their new hit song, "I'll Miss You, Girl." Chastity couldn't hold it back any longer. She grabbed a tissue from her purse, let out a tearful cry, and fled the table. "What's wrong?" Bailey asked, watching Alex chase after her. Destiny, Vanity, and Love began to tear up as well. Alex escorted Chastity back to the table and pulled her chair out for her. She took her seat politely. "What's the matter?" Bailey repeated. "Did we do something?" Reuben asked.
No, you didn't do anything wrong,
Destiny responded, reaching across the table and taking Reuben's hand.
We didn't want to tell you this way.
"Tell us what?" Owen said. Destiny bit her lip and looked at all 4 singers one by one.
We have a deal overseas. We'll be leaving you for a little while, but we will return.
Vanity turned to Bailey and wiped a tear from her eye.
We'll bring back lots of souvenirs for you,
she said. "Thank you," Bailey said, modestly. "This is great," Reuben said excitedly. "We'll just cancel our tour here in the U.S. and maybe get started on some international gigs. We did it once. I'm sure we can do it again. We just need to reopen the worldwide market by doing some television commercials or something."
You can't do that to your fans. No, you guys are booked here in the United States. Besides, we're going to Antarctica.
Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey were taken aback. "What?" they cried simultaneously. "Why in the world do you want to go to Antarctica?" Owen asked, with the most puzzled look. Destiny looked across the table at Owen.
Scientists have discovered a rare breed of flying fish called calamine. The calamine fish migrate through Antarctica, fly up over the ice, and freeze in midair. The Eskimos are using the frozen fish as decorations in their homes. The problem they're having is the fish melt and stink everything up. The scientists have asked the 4 of us to fly down there and try to figure out a way to keep the fish in their permanent statue forms.
"Did they ever consider bronzing them?" Bailey asked.
We have to find a way to keep them frozen.
"They live in Antarctica. Why can't they find a way to refreeze fish in Antarctica?" Owen asked.
Because they can't freeze the fish back in its natural flying form.
"And it takes all 4 of you to fly to Antarctica?" Owen continued. Destiny, Vanity, Chastity, and Love just shrugged. I hope your plane doesn't freeze in midair while you're flying over Antarctica and some giant snow monster drags you to his cave and sticks you on his mantle, Bailey said smugly. Chastity once again broke out in tears and ran from the table crying. I'm sorry, Bailey moaned, watching Alex run after her again. So, when do you leave? Asked Owen.
Today.
Love responded, softly. Today? Owen gasped. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, flying off to Antarctica to freeze fish, Reuben said, leaning forward in his chair. Alex and Chastity returned to the table. When will you return? Bailey asked.
2 months,
answered Love. 2 months? I've never heard of such a thing, Reuben stated. Destiny focused on Reuben.
I know that you're upset, but we will return. We will not forget you. We promise.
Reuben humbled himself. Well, we don't want you to leave, but if that's the way it has to be, then we'll wait for you. Destiny, Vanity, Chastity, and Love smiled at each other and sat back in their chairs. Mr. Darwin's persistence at catching up with the Magna A1 led him past the borders and into Rhode Island. The Magna A1 sputtered and then died as the gas gauge finally reached empty. The car, atop a slight incline, began to slowly coast down the hill and into the parking lot of Big Benny's gas station and came to a stop right in front of the gasoline pump. The heavy-set gas attendant, wearing his oil-stained blue coveralls, approached the vehicle and peered inside for the owner. Nobody was there. He stepped back, did a quick search of the parking lot, and noticed a well-dressed man using a payphone across the way. He gave a silent belch and began to fill the car with gas, while watching and waiting for the mistaken owner to return. The car revved its engine once its tank was full and squealed out of the station, leaving the attendant spraying himself with gasoline. The attendant frantically struggled to shut the pump off through the sudden downpour. The poor man was soaked from head to foot and fell exhausted to his knees. Mr. Darwin pulled up, leapt out of his car, and picked the attendant up by his collar.
Did the people in that car happen to mention where they were headed?
The attendant spit out a mouthful of gasoline. Mr. Darwin held his breath to keep from passing out from the intoxicating fumes and let the man drop back into the pool of gas.
We're on a trip to see the Statue of Liberty, and we were supposed to be there yesterday.
Mr. Darwin lied, getting back into his car.
You know how it is. They have the map.
Without saying another word, he raced back out onto the highway. Nice excuse you gave him, Ivan said, looking at the man still lying on the ground.
Shut up.
The Oxy-Morons stared sorrowfully out of the large window at the airport, watching the plane that held their true loves taxi out onto the runway. All four let out a huge sigh of disbelief and steamed up the windows. Looking out a clouded window wasn't that much fun, so they turned to leave. I'm going to miss her, said Reuben. It'll fly by, I'm sure, Owen said. What do you guys want to do now? Bailey asked. I don't know, Reuben said, hanging his head in doubt. The rest of the walk through the airport remained silent until they returned to the third level of the parking garage and retrieved their horses. They trotted solemnly down through the garage, discussing their next gig, when all at once, Alex noticed Jim Freeman get into his limo. Let's get him, Bailey shouted. The four friends followed the black limo on horseback into New York. Mr. Darwin gripped his steering wheel firmly and gritted his teeth.
I don't get it. These guys don't stop. They don't stop for tourist information or to take pictures. They don't even stop at a rest area. I just don't get it. They keep going and going and going. They need to stop one time, just one time. That's all I would need. You don't suppose they know they're being followed, do you?
I'm not sure, Ivan said, gazing out the window.
Day and night, night and day, 24 hours a day they drive us beyond me. They must have stuffed the seats with food storage.
Ivan unfastened his seatbelt, reached into his back seat, pulled out his laptop, and booted it up.
What are you doing?
Mr. Darwin asked impatiently. Passing time, Ivan responded, staring at the small screen. That night, at the Café Ornama in New York City, Reuben admired the blonde wig in the bathroom mirror that Owen, Alex, and Bailey were making him wear. You look stunning, Bailey declared. Come on, I don't want to do this, fellas, Reuben said, as Alex adjusted the skirt of his blue floral dress. I mean, who's really going to believe that I'm supposed to be a woman? You have to do this. It's our only chance, Bailey said in a consoling voice. But I feel stupid. Dressing up like an old woman with the rest of you is fine, but look at this dress. It's just not me. Look, Reuben, Owen said, grabbing his shoulders and staring him straight in the eye. We have everything set up. Just do everything we rehearsed and you will be fine. Now, is your microphone working? He asked, bending down and talking into Reuben's collar. Testing, 1, 2, 3. He glanced over at Bailey, whom was listening with earphones, and gave a thumbs up. Go knock 'em dead, kid, Owen spoke cheerfully, punching Reuben lightly on the jaw. Bailey stuffed all of their surveillance equipment into Owen's black bag and led Reuben reluctantly out the bathroom door. We'll be 3 tables over if you need us, Owen whispered into his ear. He looked around at all the people in the room and noticed Jim Freeman at the bar. Okay, there he is. Just lead him to the table we reserved and we will do the rest. But remember, keep him looking straight ahead and his head motionless or the image won't work, especially if he's moving all over the place. Reuben adjusted his skirt one last time, took a deep breath, and walked through the crowd toward Jim. Jim turned to him. Hi, Reuben spoke modestly.
Hi,
Jim responded. Come here often? Reuben replied in his best feminine voice.
No, May I buy you a drink?
No, thanks. I don't drink. Let's just sit over there at the table and talk a while.
Okay,
Jim said sheepishly. He followed Reuben to the table and began to sit down. Not there, Reuben snapped. Over on this side. Jim Freeman was confused, but sat in the chair Reuben pointed to, which was facing away from Owen, Alex, and Bailey. Is that a new hearing aid? Reuben said, trying to sound as excited as possible.
Actually, no. I've had a hearing disability for quite some time now. It all started when a friend and I were out in my front yard. We were playing with a tin soup can and a string in the middle of a lightning storm.
He's got a hearing aid, Bailey said, taking off his surveillance headphones. Alex unzipped Owen's black bag, began to pull out all different kinds of high-tech electronic devices, and scatter them all over the table. Great, Owen said. If we can hit the right frequency, we can tap into his hearing aid so that he can hear us and nobody else will. Reuben placed both elbows on the table. So, tell me, why are all those nice old ladies out there selling stuff for you?
Boy, you sure know how to start a conversation.
Owen quickly assembled a couple of devices. I got it, we're in, he almost shouted. Jim smiled coldly.
You didn't come over here to get to know me, did you?
Reuben's elbow slipped off the table. I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to know what's in those boxes, don't you, sweet thing?
Reuben looked over at his friends for help, and then turned quickly back to Jim. Did you know that this place is haunted?
Haunted? Come on now. This small cafe?
Absolutely, yeah. And if you don't tell me about the potato chips and where Mr. Darwin is, I'll call the demons out.
Where Mr. Who is? And what demons? I admit the steak is a little rare, but that's the scariest thing about this place.
Oh, yeah? Read this. Reuben reached into his purse, pulled out a magazine, and handed it across the table to Jim. Jim put on his reading glasses and began to study the article. Reuben gave a thumbs up. Owen slammed down the pair of binoculars he used to see over 2 tables and gave the signal to Alex. Alex held up a long, thin, black microphone to Bailey's mouth and started the film projector that cast an image of a ghostly creature that waved around, giving off spell-binding pink and blue hues that reflected off the inside of Jim's glasses, so that only Jim could see the ghostly image.
What the?
Jim shouted, thinking the ghost was across the room and coming straight toward him. Owen extended 2 large antennas out of the frequency transmitting booster. "Mr. Freeman," Bailey said in his best ghostly voice. "Mr. Jim Freeman, what you are doing is wrong. Let the world be free of your evil potato chips." Jim Freeman covered his ears but could not shake the haunting voice.
No. Why are you doing this to me?
"Jimmy, why? Confess."
I have nothing to confess.
"Confess or feel my ultimate wrath." Everybody in the cafe set their forks down and began to watch Jim shout to nobody and thrash around while a man dressed as a woman tried to hold his head still. The waitress approached, recognized her favorite band, and was about to ask them if they would like to dine in a special dining room.
Would you like your steaks out here tonight, or...
Owen turned to the fair young waitress. "We're already on a steak out here tonight. Thanks anyway," he said politely. The waitress shrugged to her giggling friends and returned to the kitchen. Jim Freeman pushed his chair back with his knees and stood up.
Why me? I have nothing to confess.
Reuben sat him back down. "Then you leave me no choice," the ghost sang out.
What?
Jim cried. The ghost took a deep breath and unleashed a quick, rapid, catchy scat tune. Jim screamed and fled the cafe yelling.
Okay, I did it. I did it. Those old ladies work for me. The potato chips are poisoned. Forgive me. I did it. I did it.
Bailey quickly grabbed the film projector, kissed it on the lens. "Did you record the confession, Alex?" Owen asked. Alex nodded. Reuben took off his wig and rejoined his friends. All 4 rejoiced with a cheerful shout. Mr. Darwin followed the Magna A1 into New York and through Times Square.
Stop! Stop!
He pleaded.
Track 15, Finite.
Bailey bounced out from behind a red and white pinstriped curtain dressed as a carnival barker and pranced around the small stage that had been built along the city sidewalk. Step right up here and see the first ever actual working time machine. Jim Freeman walked down the sidewalk and noticed the strange young barker and a small gathering crowd and became very curious. He watched the young man bounce back and forth wearing an unusual, horizontally striped red and white jacket and red and white circular brimmed hat. You won't believe it. You can't believe it because it is so unbelievable, Bailey shouted. You, sir, he said, pointing to Jim. Jim looked around the crowd to make sure the barker was pointing to him.
Me?
Jim asked in disbelief. Yes, sir. Would you like to experience actual time travel?
Well, I don't know.
Of course you do. I know you do. Just step into my time machine here and be prepared to be amazed. Jim hesitated, then walked up the 3 steps onto the stage, waved to the crowd, and entered the box. Bailey slammed the door shut and leaned his back up against it until his wristwatch showed that 60 seconds had gone by. then turned and released Jim from his 1-minute prison. Jim stepped out, not knowing what to expect. "Here you are, 1 minute in the future."
Whoa, everything is so different.
Bailey gave a pained look to the audience and turned back to Jim. "Now, sir, if you'll just step back into the box, I will make sure you do 50 to life." Jim Freeman re-entered the box. Bailey slammed the door shut again and locked it with a giant padlock. Owen, Reuben, and Alex popped out from behind the curtain dressed like assistants and began to tie the box with ropes and heavy chains. The mad foursome disappeared behind the curtains as fast as they had appeared, and within seconds a low, deep rumbling of an engine slowly began to fill the air. Their rented pickup truck smashed through the small stage like paper, shattering debris from the stage in all directions and sent the audience scampering for their lives. The truck jumped off the curb with a long metallic crash and sped down the street, dragging the large box noisily behind. "We did it!" Bailey cheered. "Yeah, we got the confession. We got the perpetrator. Let's take this joker to the police," Reuben added. Alex nodded in agreement. Through all of the bumping and shaking, Jim Freeman reached into his coat pocket, pulled out his cell phone, and unsteadily dialed the number.
Hello, boss? Yeah, it's me. Listen, they got me. I don't know how. Well, 4 kids. They're dragging me in a big box down the middle of the street. You tell me why.
Bailey glanced out the truck window and caught a glimpse of a red car that disappeared down a street. "Aha! Stop the truck!" he screamed, opening the door before Owen had applied the brakes. "What are you doing?" Reuben bellowed. "Did you see that?" Bailey shouted. "No." "What?" said Owen, parking the truck in the middle lane. "That was our car! My precious Magna A1! My baby has returned to us!" Owen, Reuben, and Alex slid out of the truck and followed Bailey in the direction he had last seen the car.
How are my little fleeing companions?
A deep, uneasy voice said from behind. The 4 friends froze as a spine-tingling chill began doing laps on their backbones. Owen knew that voice all too well. "At least he makes himself known before he kills you," he said. "Who?" Reuben asked. Bailey turned around. "Mr. Darwin!" he cried, almost begging for his life. The bandmates panicked. "Help!" they screamed with every last bit of air they could cast out of their lungs. The short, pleading message echoed through every building in the great city, then fell to a complete and dead silence. Endless seconds went by. The sound of the entire city seemed empty, cold, and vacant. The echo made a full circle and seemed to get louder and louder as it returned from a distance and arrived back at the spot the 4 friends were standing. The echo was so intense that it shattered the glass from all the surrounding buildings and sent Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey, and Mr. Darwin tumbling to the ground. After the noise had subsided, Mr. Darwin opened his eyes to find himself clutching tightly to the leg of a horse. He blinked his eyes, tilted his head back, and stared up into the eyes of the Echo Bandits. "Afternoon, sir," one outlaw said, revealing his toothless smile. "Afternoon, you weasel," the rest of the bandits repeated. Mr. Darwin smiled politely, and then flew like a baseball that had been hit over the outfield fence. Going, gone! "Let's get him, boys! Let's get him, boys! Let's get him, boys!" the outlaws shouted one by one. Mr. Darwin jumped onto the hood of a red convertible, ran through the seats avoiding the startled passengers, dashed out onto the trunk, and with a flying leap, launched himself further down the road. The toothless bandit's horse, in hot pursuit, jumped and slid through the windshield, falling on its side, kicking and thrashing around wildly, trying to regain its footing, while the terrified passengers leapt out of the car and fled for their own lives. The rest of the bandits stampeded past the car and ran full gallop down the busy street after Mr. Darwin, bounding over cars, plowing through people, and knocking over street signs. Elf and the lead bandit trotted their horse over to the Oxy-Morons. "Enjoyed the show," Elf said. "Why, thank you," replied Owen. "We all heard you echoes of help and had to come," Elf added. "We never refuse an echo of help." The lead bandit tipped his hat and motioned to Elf that they should join the chase after Mr. Darwin. He waved his hat in the air and yelled a silent "Yee-ha-ha!" and took off after the pursuing posse. Bailey looked at his watch and gasped. "What is it?" Reuben asked. Bailey did not answer. He ran to the box that confined Jim Freeman and rapped on it loudly.
"What?"
Jim grumbled. "How many trucks have been sent out with your poisoned potato chips?"
"I can't say."
"How many?" Bailey shouted angrily.
"I won't say."
"Do you want us to keep dragging you down the road in this box?"
"No."
Jim complained. He paused to look at his own watch.
"No trucks have been sent out yet. They're ordered to ship everything out in 15 minutes.
"Where is the factory?" Reuben asked.
"Little Rock, Arkansas."
Jim replied weakly. "Is that the truth?" Reuben said.
"Yes."
The four friends looked at each other hopelessly. "There is no way we can be in Arkansas in 15 minutes, Owen said. "We can't be in two places at the same time." "Oh, yeah?" Bailey stated. Moments later, in Little Rock, Arkansas, the four holograms of Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey burst through the potato chip factory front doors. "Let's shut this place down," Owen's double said in a deep robotic voice. "Magnificon," the Alex hologram added. The real Owen and Bailey had tried to give him a voice, but it didn't work. The four holograms levitated up off the ground and floated like apparitions through the plant until they came to the machinery and assembly lines. The plant workers screamed and fled the building, leaving their sweaty safety glasses behind. The plant supervisor tried to stop his fleeing employees, but when he caught sight of the four holographic ghosts, he too fled, plowing through the panicked crowd and leading them out the door. "There's the Delta module," Owen pointed out with his translucent finger. "Only we can stop it." "Here we go, then," Reuben said rhythmically. Owen and Reuben separated into a stream of yellow and orange particles, found the outlet to which the machinery was plugged into, and charged gallantly into two of the three holes. The two of them surged up through the power cords and into the heart of the machinery, causing as much damage as they could until everything grinded to a halt. Alex and Bailey floated to the shipping dock in the rear of the plant to stop the trucks from shipping anything out. They were almost too late. One truck was already leaving the parking lot. Alex flew across the lot, through the truck's engine, and popped out of the steering wheel, waving both hands in the air. "My little cone," he cried, sounding as haunting as possible. The driver slammed on his brakes, screamed like a girl, and dashed from his truck as Alex continued on into the semi-trailer and destroyed every last bag of potato chips. Inside the plant, Bailey burst through the walls of the trucker's lounge with a ghostly howl. "Beware those who slice potatoes too thin," he bellowed. "Beware those who turn wholesome vegetables into snack foods." "What's going on here?" one trucker calmly asked. Bailey hovered in midair and placed both hands on his hips. "You're not drunk," he spoke. I am real. Upon hearing this, the truckers panicked and followed the screaming employees out of the building and out of sight. For the next hour or so, the 4 holograms wreaked as much havoc throughout the plant as they could, until the entire building was reduced to rubble and every last poisoned potato chip had been destroyed. The 4 holograms emerged from the debris singing merrily, "We went and gone and done and did it. We went and gone and done and did it." This just goes to show you that holograms are better than humans, the Bailey hologram said in ghostly tones. The other 3 holograms laughed mechanically and drifted away. Back in New York, 50 police cars rounded the corner onto the scene of the Echo Bandits and Jim in a Box. The cars screeched to a halt with lights and sirens blaring. "The Echo Bandits!" one officer choked. "You're not getting away this time." The police burst from their cars with military precision and began to fire rounds from their pistols at the quick-riding outlaws, who rapidly returned fire. A stray bullet hit the gas tank of an empty car, causing it to explode, sending a hot, massive fireball rolling down the street, singeing the hair of several bandits and half a dozen police officers. The 4 band members sat alone on Jim's box, watching the giant fiasco, while the Echo Bandits chased Mr. Darwin up and down the street. "Just a minute," Bailey said, as the outlaws chased Mr. Darwin past them again for the 5th time. He leapt onto the back of the lead bandit's horse, grabbed his lasso, and swung it in a wide circle, releasing it to wrap around Mr. Darwin's feet. Mr. Darwin fell to his knees where he was lassoed by 42 other ropes. It was too much to take. He did not dare bother to struggle. It was over. He surrendered completely, falling flat on his face in ultimate defeat.
I give up.
Owen, Reuben, and Alex cheered. "I taught him how to rope like that, you know," Reuben said, watching Bailey dismount and return to the group. Additional patrol units and several units from the armed forces waded in, adding to the confusion. Horses ran around, cars honked, people screamed, dogs barked, causing the largest traffic jam the city had ever known. The overwhelming vibrations from all the noise weakened the foundation of the city bank across the street and sent it crashing noisily to the ground in a giant plume of dust and smoke. Within minutes, people from all over the city had heard the news and swarmed to it like hungry jackals to fresh meat, grasping all the free money they could in their greedy little hands. Police Chief Larkin arrived by helicopter and casually walked through the chaos. A secondary officer ran panic-stricken to the relaxed, dignified chief. "What are we going to do?" he pleaded. "What are we going to do?"
They can't rob the bank if they're asleep.
Chief Larkin yelled back over the noise. "What do you mean?"
Watch.
32 police officers quickly cleared a wide path in front of the bank and rapidly built a makeshift fence barrier. After the task was complete, shepherds from the west herded their flocks of sheep to the fence and allowed them to jump over one by one, causing the people down the entire block to fall fast asleep, with money still clutched in their tight little hands. Moments later, everything was completely calm. The Echo Bandits and their horses were out cold. Citizens in the traffic jam, which were caught up in road rage, were now snoozing peacefully behind their wheels. Police officers slept soundly, buried in crumbs from half-eaten donuts. And throughout the sudden silence, only Mr. Darwin's snoring could be heard. Ivan Washington suddenly appeared out of nowhere and ran down the sidewalk straight for the boys, with revenge pulsing through his tiny little brain. The Oxy-Morons were scared motionless. Ivan began to run faster and bounce higher into the air with each step. 2 feet into the air, 4 feet into the air, 10 feet into the air, 12 feet into the air. I can't believe it, Bailey said, astonished. Rubber cement. Owen turned to Bailey. Rubber cement is glue, he said. Suddenly, on the next bounce, the sidewalk stuck to Ivan's shoe and stretched 25 feet into the air, snapping him back and covering him with sticky goo. Within seconds, Ivan was soon encased in hard concrete, only his face showing above the sidewalk. Chief Larkin stepped over the hundreds of people sleeping in the streets and parted the dust that lingered in the air to find Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey standing in a victorious circle.
Congratulations on your fine capture of Mr. Darwin and Ivan Washington,
the chief said.
More units will be arriving shortly to clean up this mess and take Mr. Darwin, Ivan and Washington, Jim Freeman, the Echo Bandits, and all these bank robbers away.
What did the Echo Bandits ever do wrong anyway? Bailey asked plainly.
They are outlaws. They've been riding throughout every state in the South, robbing banks, holding up liquor stores, and trying to stir up a civil war again.
Oh, said Reuben. And what about Jim in the box?
That was your best work ever. I've never seen a capture go that well,
Chief Larkin said, beaming.
We should have listened to you sooner. So many lives were in danger we didn't listen. I have to apologize.
How did Mr. Darwin get caught up in the Delta module scam? Bailey asked.
Mr. Darwin knew nothing about the potato chip factory,
the chief said. Bailey was stunned. But how? He had to have known about it. When Owen met Mr. Darwin earlier, he kept yelling, Freeman, Freeman.
He was more than likely yelling, Free man, I want to be a free man,
the chief told him. Bailey was still confused. But how? The chief grinned.
Mr. Darwin wasn't in on the Delta module ploy, but Ivan Washington was. Jim Freeman had been working for Ivan for many years. Together they developed the Delta module and contrived a whole potato chip scheme many years ago. Ivan just figured he could get in good with Mr. Darwin and his real estate scam so he could con extra money out of him whenever he needed to.
What about the nice old ladies that worked for them? Owen asked.
They are fine. Every one of them was generously reimbursed for all their hard work. And they've even started a charity to get search canines off drugs. When the dogs sniff out drugs, they tend to get wasted. And they can't find drugs if they're stoned. We had one incident where a dog kept running into the wall. Never knew why. Until the nice old lady started a dog drug rehab, bless them.
That's great, Reuben declared. I guess we'd best be going now, Owen said, turning away.
Not so fast,
the chief said.
You did steal 4 horses and a cowboy hat. That'll be a $250 fine.
Reuben moaned. We'll go down to the courthouse and pay the fine as soon as possible. Chief Larkin winked.
I think I'll let you go this time. You have more than made up for it in community service,
he said, pointing down the street at the sleeping criminals. Bailey took Owen's black bag and pulled a cowboy hat out of it. Here, he said, give this to the bandit named Ed. The chief took the grungy hat and dusted it off.
Thanks again for your help, boys. We couldn't have done it without you.
Any time, Owen said. The chief turned and began to walk away, then stopped and looked back.
By the way, my daughter told me to tell you she loves your music.
We will send her some backstage passes to our next concert, Reuben said with a giant smile.
She'll be excited. When you boys plan on releasing a new album?
Very soon, Owen replied. We've comprised enough material, we just need to mix the songs in the studio. So it should be out in about 2 months or so. I've even come up with a name for it, Bailey quipped. Tribal Lunar Speak. Owen rolled his eyes. That doesn't make any sense.
We'll be looking for it,
the chief said, bowing politely and walking away. Owen, Reuben, Alex, and Bailey looked at each other amid the settling smoke and dust. Well, that was some adventure, stated Reuben profoundly. You're telling me, Bailey responded. Suddenly an old lady interrupted them, holding a brown box in her hands. Owen clasped his hands to his forehead. Oh, no, he sighed. Don't tell me you want to sell that to us.
Of course not. I'm a friend of Mr. Wills, your landlord. She was coming to your apartment to check on you when some guy ran out and dropped this. It's a vending machine vest. She knew you guys were going to be in New York, so she mailed it to me.
Owen took the box. The art dealer will probably want a refund. I don't know who the dealer was, Reuben said. If he can't get his refund, then that means this is stolen merchandise, too.
I doubt that. I read in the paper that an art dealer was at a party when a stranger gave his nephew $1,000 to start a college fund.
Then this is my vest again, Owen cheered. Bailey never understood why Owen wanted the vest. Thank you, he told the nice old lady.
You are welcome,
she said, walking away and waving goodbye. The four friends stood silent once again and looked over the fallen bank. What now? Bailey fretted. We go to Antarctica, Reuben answered. Alex looked sternly at him. How? Owen asked. All at once, the Magna A1 swerved around the corner and flew down the street, avoiding debris and unconscious bodies with the grace of a deer. The car streamed past the four stunned friends with a powerful gust of intoxicating wind and continued on to the north. My baby! Bailey cried, chasing after it. Owen looked at Reuben. Well, the car is driving in the right direction, he said. Yeah, let's go, Reuben replied. Owen and Reuben took off up the street after Bailey. Alex stood transfixed. And they lived happily ever after, Alex said, then paused. Can you at home, listening to this audiobook, understand me? He asked, pausing again. I guess not. Alex shrugged hopelessly and took off after his friends. All four continued running, then disappeared into the smoke and out of sight.
We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of stories. Thank you.